Hello and welcome to the Miskatonic Playhouse. My name is John Hedge, and approximately 1 hour ago, I sent an SOS text to Newman along with a set of coordinates in the far north of Scotland, and I got on my way, don't worry about it, back. So I guess he's probably somewhere on the M1 heading north, probably at a slightly dangerous speed, but he would do anything to save me. Whereas I do anything to keep him off of this Twitch stream. I'm now going to hand you over to our keeper of arcane lore for the evening, Jayson Green.
Oh god, it said my full name as well. It's very, very official. Yeah. Hello everybody. I am Jayson. I have been summoned from my usual duties at Lightless Beacons podcast to come and run again for the Playhouse. So thank you so much for having me again. This is going to be a wonderful evening of folklore in a 1970s heat wave in Dorset. And I believe the author is watching, Zoe Cretney, and of course her wonderful husband Stu, on a massive screen, so no pressure at all. Why don't we just quickly say hello to the others as well? We have Yeti and Alondra. So Yeti, who are you? Where can we find you?
Hi, I'm Yeti, and you can find me occasionally on this channel playing with lovely people, and otherwise, possibly also, if and when Hedge plays Embers. Otherwise, I'm just on Discord and Blue Sky at Embroidered Yeti.
Alondra.
I am Alondra, aka Lady Bedivere. You can occasionally find me here, and when I'm not here, I'm usually over on the Quests and Chaos Network, or occasionally on Majestic Goose Network.
And we all know who Hedge is. However, I don't want to ignore him either. What do you do, Hedge?
I'm the backstage manager of the Miskatonic Playhouse and Newman's Nemesis. Mostly find me on Discord and Blue Sky, where I apparently started a war on Blue Sky earlier today. So that's just the energy I'm bringing to today's game.
Oh,
It's all of your
well,
charisma.
We'll see how that fares down in rural Dorset. Okay, so this is Under the Chalk. So to give you just a little scene setter, so you are all either students or employees at the local rural University of Dorset, also known as Turd colloquially, which may be a good or a bad thing. And essentially, it is around the time of Lammastide festivals. Some of them are more prominent in the area than others. Usually, it involves a lot of cider and a lot of dancing. But in particular, there is one very kind of private little village called Orchwyrth that you have all been asked to volunteer at. And this is really, in a way, a great honor because, as far as you're aware, you certainly don't know of anybody else from outside this village who has been involved in these festivities. And do you think actually you might be the very first ever? Doesn't mean that no one from the outside's ever been to Orchwyrth, but for this festival, it's very much something that they keep to themselves. So hopefully you'll have a wonderful time and absolutely nothing terrible will happen or anything of that nature. So it is a very humid day at the end of July. The air is close, thick, and sweet.
What is the weather like in the game?
I did ask my players actually what the weather was like to see if they were method acting. It's more kind of rainy where I think a few of us are, but yes. You hear the hum of flies and the croak of crickets in the grass. The countryside is very dry on the fields, but in the lanes between the high hedgerow, it feels like it is slowly rotting and turning to soup. You have just got off a small bus. You're feeling slightly nauseous after a long, bumpy ride through the winding country lanes. And you spot a milestone which says Orchwyrth, 2 miles. There are no more buses over the weekend, and the nearest town with emergency services is about 8 miles away. So as you get off, you stretch your legs a bit, you realize just the severe lack of air still around here. And again, you get that horrible sort of sickly sweet smell that you're trying to ignore. You start hearing a rumbling sound gradually getting closer to you, and you see a tractor come round the corner. It's been driven by a fairly young looking woman, and on the back there's this big trailer that's quite heavily packed full of lovely ripe red apples. And she actually pulls over next to you and gives you a friendly wave and says, "Hello there, are you lost?"
Oh,
I give
hi
her
there.
my winning smile.
We've just got off the bus. We're coming to town for the festival. Hi, I'm Ellen, and I stick out a hand.
Oh, hi. And she reaches down from her tractor. Yeah, hi, I'm Tiffany Crumpler. Yes, of course, you must be the three volunteers. Oh, great. Well, look, there's a few things going on, which I'm sure you've been told what to do and all, but there's also this workshop that I'm running. It's like a mask workshop for the kids. If you're willing to help, contribute an extra few pairs of hands, then hop on. I'll give you a lift into town.
Oh, wonderful. I look to the others if they are ready to join as well.
Can I jump up onto the tractor, or is there just not a space for me to sit?
You could probably squeeze on. It
I would
will
like
be a
to
squeeze.
squeeze. I would like to squeeze onto the side and then hang off, looking slightly dastardly off the side of the tractor with one hand out like this as we head into town.
Okay. She's okay with that, although she does laugh and says, maybe be careful of the brambles. The sides get quite close, given how overgrown it is at the moment, but you do you. So I'll show you her portrait as well. So you think she's around 18 years old. She's dressed in more kind of stereotypical men's clothes, so your dungarees, that kind of thing. But yeah, she's chatty as you start heading off and driving along. But as you're heading down the 2 mile windy lanes, let's go round and introduce your investigators. So, who you are, what you look like, and also how you're feeling about the Lammastide Festival and attending it. So, let's go the opposite way around, and let's start off with Neil Bradley.
Neil has just repeated his third year again at Turd, studying geography this time. Neil is known in the festival circuit. He likes a drink. He likes a party. He likes to flirt. He plays a wicked accordion, and he's generally just kind of always there for a good time, not a long time. He's got a very nice waistcoat on with a checkered shirt, a big buckle on his belt, a pair of thin-rimmed glasses, and slightly more of a mullet than maybe he should have for the height of summer.
And Sarah Warriner.
Sarah is the eldest of the group. She's in her late 30s. She has been a junior librarian at Turd for about 10 years. She graduated quite young and spent several years not really succeeding at anything. She's a little bit panic prone, but eventually was able to lose herself in the library, not in the literal way that you would expect from this type of game yet. She is secretly a writer. She doesn't share her writing with anyone around her, especially not the students that she assists in the library. But she loves to attend the folk festivals and observe from the sidelines to get ideas for new characters and new plots. I think in this height of summer, she's still wearing, long trousers, long sleeve shirt, has maybe thrown on some beads and some bracelets to add to the focusing nature. And again, despite the heat, she has probably some hair ties around a wrist or in a pocket, but she's wearing her hair down so that she can a little bit hide behind it. She's a little bit your stereotypical mousy librarian.
Great. And Ellen Abbott.
Hi, Ellen is 28 and she used to read biology until she got married to her tutor, which I'm sure that was totally perfectly socially acceptable in the 70s. She is now housewifing with all her heart and learning all the skills and things that a country wife should know. So I think that going to like being invited to this festival is like the proof that she's made it. Like this is sort of like giving her an A grade. Like she's acing housewifing class. And excelling at the Women's Institute and the folk society meetings and all the things. So, yep, straight A's again. She's wearing a fashionable summer dress because she thought it would be tacky to dress up more folky than that. But you can sort of tell that she's been waiting for an excuse to put on something not as rustic as she usually does.
Great. So, as you can imagine, you're kind of bobbing along quite slowly, given it's a tractor. And the windy roads start looking the same after a bit. You also get quite a lot of dust coming up and even sometimes engulfing you a little bit, which is a bit unpleasant. But luckily, this is fairly short-lived and the conversation keeps you busy. Tiffany, she makes quite liberal-sounding remarks sometimes, which is maybe a bit of a surprise to you, given how remote you are. Maybe you assumed it would be a bit more conservative, or maybe it's just her. But yeah, she just seemed like a very liberal, friendly person. And you find out as well quite quickly, Neil, that she plays the penny whistle quite well. So she maybe has to chat with you about that. Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm sure there's plenty of time for that in the evenings. There'll be lots of drinking and dancing, certainly. So yeah.
That
have you got your
just really sounds
instrument
wonderful.
with you? What do you play?
Oh, accordion. Yeah.
We don't normally have an accordion player. Brilliant.
Gesturing to the slightly large, oversized bag on his back.
Oh, great. Oh, fantastic. Oh, well, I'll keep it a secret from the others. And yeah, they'll love that. Love that. And yeah, as you're talking, the lanes with the kind of almost engulfing hedgerows open up a little bit, and you can see a bit more of the open fields as you approach the village. And you notice this very striking sort of design on a hill nearby. You probably know of chalk designs, markings. There are a good few of them around the Dorset region, but this one you have not seen before. And Tiffany also pointed out to you, as it almost a bit like your tourists. You see this quite abstract design of a stag, really quite big, almost like the great white horse you get elsewhere. But she says to you, what's really interesting, and no one else I think has seen this outside the village yet, but because of the heat waves and because of how grass the dry's been, they've actually uncovered a bit more of it. We've realized that the stag actually has a rider. So look, and she points out, and yeah, you can see like this sort of little figure on the stag. And this is obviously a big deal to her and the rest of the village. But yeah, so you head into Orchwyrth. Your accommodation has already been arranged. You are staying at a farm just outside called Cantrip Farm, hosted by a Mrs. Mildred Sturdy. She lives alone as far as you're aware. And yeah, so you head to Cantrip Farm and
Her name
Tiffany
was Mildred Sturdy.
Mildred Sturdy. Yes, I'll give you a portrait of her in
Oh,
a
sorry.
second. No, it's all right, don't worry. So yeah, Tiffany also jumps off, helps you with any bags you've got, and yeah, you're standing outside this rather nice looking Victorian style farm with sort of whitewash and thatched roof, and because of the noise you think from the tractor, you see this door open, and out comes who you assume is Mildred Sturdy. It's a woman dressed almost kind of 50s style. You think she's maybe approaching that age as well in her 50s. And she sort of gives a modest smile to you and kind of gestures you in. Oh, hello there. You must be the volunteers for the festival.
But that's right. Hello. I'm so pleased to meet you. I'm Ellen. I stick out my hand again.
Yep, she shakes your hands all quite methodically. Welcome, welcome. My name is Mildred. This is my farm. So yes, please do come in, bring in your things. I'll show you to your beds. Now I'm hoping that as well as helping out with the festival, that you can help out a bit on the farm to help with paying your way. I'm obviously not going to charge you any money for this, of course, but any help you can give me on the farm will be much appreciated while you're here. And don't worry, I won't give you loads to do, but you know what it's like on farms. There's always something that needs to be done.
Of course. Don't worry about it.
I would like to immediately offer to do the heaviest possible job.
Okay. She's a little surprised, but pleasantly so at your enthusiasm. And she says, well, actually, yes, the secondary barn door, it's really, really stiff. I don't know if it's become a bit wedged from rotting, perhaps, or it could be something to do with the heat expanding the wood. If you're able to give that a pull, I get it open.
Wrap up my sleeves.
And yeah, she directs you out towards the barn. It's literally just out the background corner a bit.
No, just don't embarrass myself.
Get on with that. Okay. In fact, yeah, let's do a strength roll. Let's see how much you embarrass yourself with this.
I'm not going to lie to you. That's one of a hard success.
It is. Would you like to spend any luck?
Would the hard success impress all of the ladies more?
It would certainly look smoother, like a smoother execution.
I'm going to spend that luck.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so you make it look easy, and yeah, you think that the wood has definitely warped a bit from the heat, but you just give it a nice solid pull and open it comes. And as you do so, you see this this little billy goat sort of come out, start running around and kind of ask for attention. And Mildred laughs a little bit and says, "Oh, don't mind him. He's not seen strangers for a long, long time."
Hello there, little guy.
Sarah will immediately start engaging with the goat the way some people engage with the dog so that they don't have to talk to people.
So, in terms of what the rest of the farm looks like, you also notice there's some chickens and ducks around as well. Also, the goat's name is Tim. You find out there's various sort of barns, sheds, and so on, as you would expect in a typical farm. And there's a walled kitchen garden. Inside, it looks really nice in that there's this long, sturdy oak table that's very prominent inside the dining room. There's also a large iron stove, very rustic looking, etc. And when you eventually get shown to your beds, they're quite cozy. They're almost up in the rafters, but it's not as uncomfortable as that. But it's still going to be cozy for you. And you also have to get up there via a ladder. And yeah, she gives you, once you're settled in, she gives you an itinerary of the festival, so you've got at least a vague idea of where you need to be. So can we have handout one for the stream, please, Steve? Just to clarify, today is Friday, so you don't have anything official on today, and it's approaching mid-afternoon, so you even have a bit of time to kill before dinner that Mrs. Sturdy is putting on for you. But on the Saturday, you've got the Fate, which will be on the green, where you'll be expected to help steward and so on. And then, of course, there is a folk session in the evening at the local inn, the Cross Keys. And then on the Sunday is the big event in that there is the Harvest Festival service at the local church, St. Bridget's. There's the mask workshop in the town hall, and then the stag ceremony, whatever that is, at noon on Lammastide itself. Of course, as you might expect, there is the typical amalgamation of kind of folky / paganism with Christianity in this festival. But it looks like it's a good time. So, like I said, you've got a couple of hours to kill before dinner is served. So essentially, you can. I'll let you do one thing. Whether you want to stay around and help out at the farm, you can also go into the village, do a bit of exploring, meet some more people, have some drinks at the inn. What would you like to do?
I agree to go drinking and music playing with Tiffany this evening. Is that a thing we can say that I did? Because I feel like that's where Neil would be down at the pub with the accordion, looking for people and engagement and story and song.
Sure.
And
Absolutely.
of course,
Although Mildred does remind you what time supper is served, almost like a slightly stern mother would.
and that is in a couple of hours.
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
Okay. So why don't you do me last and I'll go after dinner to the pub.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel after Mildred's sort of introductory talk, I feel a little pressured into helping around the house. So since she mentions about dinner, oh well, that's really soon. I'm sure you've got lots of stuff for me to do before then. Any potatoes need peeling or something?
Please, by all means, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
I don't think I'm going to have time to. I don't think Sarah's going to have time to do what she would really want to do before dinner, which is try to just get more like local lore. So I think I may also just go offer to, peel vegetables or chop things for dinner, with the plans of maybe tagging along with Neil to the pub after dinner to just like lurk and people watch.
Sure.
I'm sure
Okay.
we can quiz Mildred a bit about if she's local and what she can tell us about this festival while we're working, and so they're virtue signaling that we're willing to chip in.
Brilliant. Okay. So then, Neil, presumably you're also going to stay in the near vicinity for the moment, are you? Are you going to help out? Or?
Why does it? Neil's probably going to be resting in another room.
Fine. Okay.
Just get that chauvinistic streak in early.
Uh-huh.
It was a lot of hard work flirting with everyone the entire bus ride down.
Absolutely. Okay, then.
I did one task.
In that case, Sarah and Ellen, you're primarily in the kitchen, as you said, peeling potatoes, getting bread cut, that kind of thing. But after a point, you kind of have to start looking for other things to do. So as you're heading through the living room area, and there's sort of a nice ornate but quite small looking fireplace, you two can give me spot hidden rolls, please.
Oh, nice.
Okay,
I see stuff.
you do see stuff. So, Sarah, you notice Neil is just lounging on this sofa. He's taken his shoes off, but even so, he's got his feet up, and you actually see that he's fallen asleep a little bit and is just snoring away.
Just like I always find him in the library.
Exactly. Ellen, you're kind of near the fireplace. You're seeing if you can find a dustpan to just get rid of some of the excess ash. And you notice that there is a nice sort of candlestick that's a little bit out of place. And as you move it, you notice that there is a small folded up piece of paper just tucked underneath, and you can't help but at least pick it up in order to move the candlestick back. And I'm going to give you another handout. This is handout 3, please, Steve. It's a fairly small piece of paper, and it's typeset. Would you like to read it out for us, Ellen?
Mrs. M. Steady, Cantrip Farm, Orchwyrth. You are hereby invited to the upcoming meeting of the Orchwyrth Intimate Crafting Cycle. Circle, rather, even. 3 o'clock on August 1st, 1976. Tea and cake to follow. That's nice. Intimate crafting, I wonder what that is.
It's a good question. Oh, yes. This is another handout, I'm afraid, Steve. Handout 2. You are also given a map to the village, basically. So you can keep that on you. So a bit more time passes, and it eventually gets to 6 o'clock. You start smelling this very strong aroma of a very thick chicken stew. Proper large iron pot as well, where it's been simmering in. There's homegrown herbs and vegetables. The bread is also homemade, farm butter fresh from the livestock as well, right on site. And yeah, it's delicious. So you were wondering possibly about quizzing Mildred about the festival, so feel free.
I think Sarah might at some point catch enough of the vibe that she's feeling comfortable and will maybe broach. When we got a ride with Tiffany earlier, she mentioned that the stag has a rider now. Has that ever happened before? How long?
Yes.
Tell us
No. Well, I suppose in layman's terms, we've always seen the stag there. It's been there for thousands of years, but no one ever really knew that there was a rider. There were some people that had a hunch that they might have seen something, because there's plenty of people who walk up there every day, near enough, especially come the summer. But it's been officially uncovered. There's been archaeologists in the area, and they've really enjoyed combing through the grass. There's so much more they can see now that it's just become so dry, so thin. So yes, there is a rider there. I've heard some of the more let's say, as you can imagine, there's some more villagers that are set in their ways, and they're not a big fan of lots of people coming. So there's some people who might remark at you that they don't really like outsiders coming in and you know, making things too busy, but don't take any notice of them.
I rather got the impression that you all like to keep the festival for the locals. Many places do, of course,
Yes.
anthropologically speaking, but it's quite a great honor to be able to be here, boots on the ground, and experience the local culture.
Yes, it is an honor. Yes. Nobody from outside this village has ever participated in this festival before. It really is quite
Ever.
something. Ever. No.
If I
Wow.
may ask, what changed? It did something change? That seems quite unusual after, I assume, centuries of experience.
Yes, yes. And again, it has caused a bit of controversy among some people, but as all of the parish committee, the vote said that it was in favor of getting at least a handful of people in who were willing, because quite simply, logistically, we just need a few more hands. And as you said, boots on the ground, just to make sure that everything runs smoothly.
Well,
The
I for one am
locals
quite
deserve to
honored.
celebrate.
Oh,
And the
yes, they
locals
do.
deserve to celebrate their own festival, so we can help you all have a really great time.
She gives quite a big smile at you when you say that. The three of you can roll me psychology rolls if you like. Okay, so we
Well, I guess I
have.
could spend luck because even though I'm pretty shite at psychology, I rolled really well.
Would you like to spend the luck? Yes, 2 points.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please. Let's make this a
Yeah,
regular.
so Ellen, it takes you maybe she sort of does this smile a couple of times before you clock on, but you get the impression that there may be a bit of mixed opinions at this committee, and you start wondering, I wonder what Mildred's opinion was, and it's maybe not as simple as she is making out. She maybe isn't sharing something that she really feels about this.
Well, I guess it must have been, a bit traumatizing already to have those archaeologists in working on the stag that had only belonged to the villagers forever, right? So
Yes,
I
yes.
remark on having had outsiders in the village so recently and only so shortly after doing it again. That means that means quite something that they're doing it again so soon.
Yes, yes. Don't get me wrong. We don't cordon off the village completely. What are those people called in America? The Amish. We're not like them. But even so, yes, you're right. And I think some people are conscious that, especially with the archaeologists, it will put us quite firmly on the map nationally. So we will get an influx, I'm sure. It might be a bit hot at the moment during this heat wave for that many people to come, and of course we're not by the coast, but give it a few weeks, and I think yes, there will be people coming down. But to be honest, I'm fine with it. I think that more people need to see this beautiful place for what it really is, and yeah, I'm all for it. But like I said, there's committees. You probably have your own as well where you're from. There can be a
Oh
bit
gosh,
of
so many committees.
arguments and infighting. Yeah.
They can talk up a storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, getting them to agree on anything at all is it's a miracle they get anything done.
Yeah, she laughs at that and nods affirmingly. So you eat the rest of your fill, and like I said, it's really nice, and you feel proper well fed, especially after the traveling and the heat of the day. Now that it's starting to cool, Neil, I know that you wanted to head off down the pub. Are the rest of you
Pub.
going with him, or would you like to do something else tonight?
think I will tag along to the pub too.
Yeah, I'd love to. But I probably try and persuade you all to do the dishes before we go, just so that that Mildred doesn't hate us.
Sarah will just automatically hand Neil a towel in the "you get to dry" move.
Yeah, you can do the least harm there, can't you?
Okay. It doesn't take too long, though. Maybe it's sort of 15, 20 minutes. But yeah, after that, you're absolutely free to
Those getting
go.
antsy.
And yeah, even as you leave the house, you feel like you're kind of working off the restlessness a little bit, and you're almost skipping down the road towards the pub a bit, Neil. But yes, you get to the Cross Keys, which is this lovely, again, very rustic looking building, Tudor, you think. And you can hear that there's already some bustle going on inside. And there's a few heads that turn, as you would expect, in a small village where you don't often get outsiders. But on the whole, people are friendly, including the landlord. His name is Mervyn Acorn. Late 40s, you think, roughly. He's tall and stocky, and he's got a nice tash, although not necessarily as nice as Hedge's. And here is a portrait for you. And he says, "Oh, welcome, friends. What can I get you? What's your poison?"
Pint of the local bitter, please.
Coming right
Yeah,
up.
yeah. Asking
Um,
asking for the local thing to have seems a good move. I nod approvingly at Neil for like not wanting the big city brew.
Oh no, that stuff down here. No. He rests his hand on the bitter pump and says, "We do have a local bitter, but the cider, I make it myself. Actually, it is pretty popular. Um, for obvious reasons, highly recommend."
I'll take the cider, please.
Yeah, sounds delightful,
Excellent.
please.
I was going to stick
Excellent.
to the
So yeah,
bitter.
no problem, sir, no problem. And yeah, so he draws 2 pints of the cider and 1 pint of the bitter. For those of you having the cider, you bring it to your lips, it's definitely quite strong, even for a cider. And you think that he's maybe matured it for some time, shall we say? But it's very tasty. It's got a lovely sort of sunset yellow color to it, very kind of cloudy looking, and it's very Moorish as well.
Mm. I try and involve him in a conversation about the wassailing if he makes it himself. Surely they must have that here.
Oh, we have had in the past. Not this year though. It's been kind of difficult with the heat wave, but I'm sure we'll get it in next year.
We're in a sort of pub environment, right?
You are indeed in a pub, a tavern,
And
if you will.
so, yeah. So, and is there anyone playing music or looks like they might play music?
No one's playing music as of yet, but you can see a couple of people who are sitting at sort of tables at the side, and they have violins. You can see just resting next to them.
Is one of them Tiffany? Or is she not here yet?
Tiffany's not here yet, but you think she will be.
Okay, I'm going to sidle my way up to the musicians and just start drinking and chatting, asking them what they're playing, and just try and gather a little bit of info.
Okay. You can give me a charm roll, Neil.
One skill that I have.
Hmm. However, they act a little bit coldly towards you, probably because you're brand new and they have no idea who you are. Would you like to spend the luck or push the roll?
I feel like this is a push situation. I feel like ooh, Uh, he's going to pick up someone else's violin and pluck a little tune on it in a charming way to show that
Oh.
he is a folky musician.
As a musician myself, you're making me severely uncomfortable with that notion, but go ahead and make your roll.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, what I'll say to that is there is definitely this sort of this silence that and this slight gasp that comes across as you just pick up somebody else's instrument. But before they can really say anything and protest, you immediately start playing and you play really well. And they like what they hear, very much so. It's a like it's a nice jaunty tune, it's upbeat. And the rest of you, if you're still at the bar, Mervyn, he kind of gestures, goes, "Oh, fantastic, brilliant!" And yeah, everyone starts sort of either stamping or stomping their glasses, clapping along a little bit. And Mervyn says to the two of you, "Yeah, it's quite refreshing actually having some newcomers around here. We don't get them very often, as you can probably see. So where are you from?"
Um, where are we from? Kingston Moorwood.
Oh yeah,
Is
okay.
where we live now.
The
We're from
university.
at university, yeah.
Oh, right. Yes, yes. You're the volunteers, aren't you, for the festival? That okay. That explains. I wasn't sure if you were some of the archaeologists that were still straggling. Excuse me. They they did like the cider a lot, so some of them maybe overstayed their welcome a little bit. But to be honest, I don't mind. Yeah, but brilliant. I mean, do you need a room or anything as well? Have you got all that sorted?
Oh, we're staying with Mildred at the farm. Thank you so much, though.
Oh, okay, okay. And he sort of does a slightly side-eyed sort of nod. Okay, well, hope she doesn't work you to the bone or anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's, you know, she's laid down some house rules.
Ah, okay, okay. Um, and he can't help but lean over a little bit on the bar and says, "Has she told you about what happened to her husband?"
Oh, no, she's not.
Ah, okay.
You tell.
Oh, she used to tell that story a lot, but I suppose now she's stopped. But yeah, a few years ago, her husband died quite suddenly.
Oh,
Collapsed, apparently a heart attack. But I don't get me wrong, she's nice enough, but I have always found that the Sturdies are a strange bunch, even for us. Um, Her mother was really quite odd. I remember when I was a lad, she was always asking for strange things, just like spare things we had around the house. I don't know if they weren't poor or anything like that, but she was quite set on things like if we had any spare herbs going or little little trinkets that we didn't really want anymore. She was always after things like that, and I I personally think that the whole husband dying of a heart attack is a little bit too convenient, if you ask me.
ooh. Oh, well, I mean, I guess it's only going to be 2 nights, but going to make sure we're all a bit careful. Thank you. I mean, it's good to know that you'll have rooms if we need to escape. And I give him a big old wink, like, what will we be
Yeah,
escaping from? Come on.
he winks back at you. Yeah. I'm sure you'll be fine, and I don't know. We're all quite opinionated here, but I don't know. It just sometimes plays back in my mind a little bit.
You must have
Doesn't
known each
really
other
seem
all
possible.
your lives. I mean, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Were, was her husband also local? Both families from
yeah.
around the area?
Yes, yes. All local from the area. The mother in particular, her whole family, um, lived here for God, at least two plus generations. That they've been here a long time. Cantrip, the name of the farm. That's the mother's name. Cantrip.
Ah, I see. That's an odd name, yeah.
Hey, that's
Yeah,
Bit of
well,
out of a fairy tale, isn't it?
yes, it is a bit, I suppose, especially given how boring our roads are. High green, low green. Of course, there's a bloody green right there. But anyway, I'm probably talking too much. If you want to join your friend, feel free. I'm probably hogging your time.
I, I've being chatty with the patrons is sort of your job, isn't it? You're doing great. Thank you.
Oh well, thank you. And yeah, he's quite sort of happy that you say that. And then he almost immediately starts launching into another story, and he's like, "Well, like I said, it's quite exciting having newcomers around because it can get a bit boring around here, just seeing the same people over and over again. But I did try and set up a couple of the locals. Didn't work, unfortunately, not even with a cider. But maybe I'll try again."
I'm so glad you're saying that because I mean, Mildred did mention that some people weren't in favor of having strangers and just getting, us handful in was as much as they could stomach. So I was I was a bit afraid we'd be getting on people's nerves a lot, but no, you're so friendly. This is wonderful. This is what I wanted
And
out of this weekend.
just as you say that, and you're still playing on the fiddle, or whether you've changed instruments by this point, Neil, it's I guess down to you.
On the accordion now.
Okay, so you're on the accordion, and once again, Mervyn confirms that yeah, there isn't normally anyone here that can play the accordion, so it's really something. But the rest of the musicians just briefly stop, and the other patrons just lower their voices a little bit as you see this rather stern-looking older woman enter. And you see a few people just do a polite wave or a nod and says, "Hello, Wendy. You okay?" And yeah, you see this woman. You don't know if she is well. You presume she's quite a prominent member of the community. She comes in. She's wearing these twin set and pearls. And yeah, you realize after a few minutes, especially you, Neil, with the musicians, that she's actually the chairwoman of the parish committee. So she comes to the bar, and Mervyn just says, "Okay, usual gin." "Yes, gin." "Okay, coming right up." And yeah, he gets her a neat gin in a sherry glass, and she goes and sits down by herself and just almost surveys her domain a little bit, but things start resuming.
Is
But
there that sense of like the one table that's been empty this whole time because no one dared to sit at it just in case she came in?
absolutely,
Right.
absolutely, there is definitely
My
her
sitting
table,
there.
and it is the best table. No, you're not sitting there. The musicians are kind of tucked away in a corner. You're sort of spreading your instruments out a little bit. Tiffany does join you actually after a few more minutes, and that helps clear the air as well. And she's really pleased to see you, Neil. And yeah, she gets out the penny whistle, and people start singing even. And yeah, it's a nice time. But a bit of time passes, less time than you would expect actually, and you all start feeling really quite lethargic. Maybe it's just the heat, or could be the ciders, especially if you've been on the ciders. But yeah, you are really feeling quite tired, and the more you realize, the more you start sort of getting almost a little lightheaded, dizzy, the sort of heaviness of dehydration weighing on your heads.
I assume that the pub does not have Red Bull.
They do not have Red Bull, no.
Ah,
You can try and push through mentally if you want to give me con rolls.
I'm
What's the
definitely going to
box?
continue trying to party as long as I can party. I'm going to party literally till I drop. And yes, with that extreme success, 9 versus 45, me and Ellen
Oh
are
my
going
goodness.
all night long.
Sarah's
Okay.
gonna tap. She is going to thank the proprietor and start making her way back to the farm. She's planning to go post up in that little kind of seating area near the fireplace and make the less polite notes that she hasn't been able to take while people have been around about what she's
Okay.
observed as she's plotting her next novel.
Okay. No problem. You are briefly quizzed by Mrs. Sturdy when you get in, just quite simply, oh, where are the other two?
I think they decided to stay. They're having a rollicking good time playing music down at the pub. I don't know, I think the travel and the heat is just touching me a bit more than it
Oh,
used to in my younger days. So I thought I'd turn in early.
right. Okay. Um, very
Is
well.
is everything all right? There's not like a city village curfew that we weren't informed about. Is there anything like that?
No, no. I'm just making sure. You've got a big day tomorrow, starting early. Maybe a
That,
con roll, Sarah.
oh god.
Sorry, con psychology.
Thank you. I
Pardon.
was going to say I'm trying to avoid the con roll. I'll go to bed.
Okay. You think maybe she was hoping that you'd all come back together so you'd be, fresh faced tomorrow. But she also realizes that you're all adults. You can technically do what you want.
And we just cut to me and Ellen late at night, arm in arm, side to side, still singing the
Absolutely.
folk songs, making our way.
Absolutely. And Mervyn absolutely loves this. And he really does treat you like locals. And as you mingle with more of the villagers, you actually hear someone say, well, he really is treating you like one of us. Normally he teases the shit out of tourists. So yeah, he really winds them up. So he proper likes you. I wonder if you'll be able to stay for longer.
Ah, well, I'm fairly sure my husband's expecting me back Sunday night for dinner, but I'll certainly come back if I may.
Oh, and you hear a bit of a moan of like, no, no, don't go kind of thing. Neil, you've been on the bitter. At any point, do you try the cider?
It's gorgeous. You ought to. It's the best I've ever had.
One thing you find as well, Ellen,
Um,
is the sugar definitely helps keep you awake.
Mm.
Now, do any pretty ladies push it on me? Does anyone
Yeah, I
suggest
would
it that
definitely
I
say
might
that
be?
Tiffany
Yeah.
urges you if you say no. Oh, go on, go on. It's Mervin's made it himself. You're not going to have it back at your university. It's just going to be the crappy Thatchers, isn't it? Go
All right. Well,
on.
about 4 pints in is when I switch.
Yeah, no worries. And yeah, it takes a bit to get used to. It's a very contrasting taste to a bitter. But yeah, again, the sugar definitely hits you. It's quite a warm cider. So it's a little bit kind of almost sticky around your lips. But yeah, when the sugar kicks in, you're good. And I'll say that, yeah, Sarah, eventually, after you've done a bit more writing and reading, you head to bed, presumably after a little bit. You do get increasingly more tired.
Does it seem like our hostess is staying up for the others, or is she just sort of going about evening business?
She mostly goes about evening business, but after a point when it reaches, I'll say about midnight, you think that, yeah, she is staying up for them.
Okay. Right. I think yeah, I will do my normal, taking my notes, writing in my journal / notebook of ideas. Um, maybe persuade for a cup of tea uh to help try to like level out, and then around midnight I will probably go to bed.
Okay. Neil and Ellen, you go till you drop, or rather, when last orders happens, you hear the ding of the bell at about 2 a.m., which is
Oh,
way beyond what you think is the legal curfew for serving alcohol. But of course, you're out in the sticks, so who cares? Even then, there's a bit of like, oh, just one more, Mervyn, come on, and there's a little bit of say rounding up of the glasses and topping them up, sort of thing. But eventually, the musicians get tired. They
Lock
start
in,
packing things
lock
up.
in, lock.
Oh, you better not, says Mervyn. If we do anything like that, if you stay here overnight, then I think Mrs. Sturdy will have my ear.
I think it's only now that I'm looking at my watch and realize this wasn't the normal last orders at 11. What? So late already? Oh gosh, she must hate us. Oh, we better not sleep in tomorrow. She's just never gonna let any outsiders stay ever again. And I sort of, start um taking Neil by the elbow, trying to drag him home.
I think Neil is dragged out, but on the way home, attempts to get Ellen to dance with him in the street, rushes off into a bush at least twice, chasing after things he sees, and comes back in to apologize and gives her a big hug, at least twice.
So it
Oh,
gives
no, no.
Mildred a big hug. Oh, Ellen, sorry.
No, Ellen. He
Okay.
would he is willing to if Mildred is up, she might get a big hug too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so scared that Mildred's going to be mad at us, and that we've been bad guests, that I'm not going to be as relaxed as I was the whole evening before. So yeah, I'm sort of very much feeling like a naughty teenager having snuck out or something now.
Okay. So the two of you get back at around 2:30 with your frolicking in bushes, etc. And you stagger through the door, and you see that Mildred has fallen asleep in her armchair. She does sort of sit up awake when you come in, because even though you think you're quiet, of course you're drunk, so you're not. And she looks at you a bit, sort of squint-eyed and rubbing her eyes. Oh, there you are. And she looks at the clock and sees what time it is. I was expecting you back with Sarah, although she's in
I'm
bed.
so
So
sorry. You shouldn't have set up for us. Oh, the last orders came so late. I'm so. I try and whisper and like be
I see.
all reasonable about it. But yeah.
They always do. And I think it sounds like Mervyn was very excited to see newcomers, which is great, but you've got a lot to do tomorrow. So if you've got headaches tomorrow, I could maybe give you something herbal to help, but we don't have any pharmacies around here, so
I think
and
I make sure to drink plenty of water before bed.
yeah,
At
you
this
you get some water.
warning.
Neil
And
collapses on his bed and falls asleep and starts snoring.
yeah, I'll say that you struggle to get up the ladder as well. And yeah,
Sure.
you obviously feel the booze hitting you now, but also you're so tired, and yeah, you immediately fall asleep, both of you, as you lay your heads on the pillow. Morning comes,
Why so soon?
and it seems like only a few minutes has passed for those of you who have been partying, and I'll say that a cock crows and wakes you up, that very sharp, shrill sound. Sarah, whether you wake up earlier than that is up to you. You definitely wake up more refreshed than the others. Let's put it like that.
I think I probably
the-
do get up when it is absolutely like we have to get up now. I will laze in bed just a little bit.
Sure. And let me just quickly double check the time. It is 10 o'clock. So, yeah. So yeah, I'll say that it's about 9:40. So yeah, you definitely need to get your asses in gear.
Right then.
There you go. I tumble down the stairs, disheveled, wander into the kitchen, hoping against hope that some food is available.
Okay. You see that Mildred appears to have already left the house, but she's left a note just saying, there's a spare bunch of keys in the drawer. Please leave them under the mat when you go. I've left out some bread and jam for you to have for breakfast.
I stuff jam onto bread and shove it in my mouth as I hop into my trousers, vaguely try and make myself look presentable, and basically fall out of the door.
Sarah
Okay.
watches this from the table where she already has the spare keys in her hand and is like finishing up a cup of tea or a crust of her toast or whatever she was having. Just kind of watches the debacle and like casually wipes up her plate, sets it away, and goes to follow.
Okay. And Alan, presumably you do similar?
Yeah, I struggle to sort of kick into gear, and I'm sort of horribly worried about not being as representable as I'd like to be, and bringing an embarrassment to all of Kingston Moorwood now. But oh well, it is what it is.
I get my
Okay.
second shoe on about 100 meters down the road.
Fine. Fine. I'll allow Sarah and Ellen to do this. You two can give me spot hidden rolls because you're taking a little bit more time to get out of the door.
Oops,
Oh, okay.
that's nice.
Okay, so maybe both of you are getting ready, whether you're brushing your hair, that kind of thing after breakfast. And you both notice that as you brush your hair, it doesn't quite feel right, almost like you sort of expect the brush to go through a certain length of hair, and at one point it comes short, and then you notice that the other one of you has the same reaction, as if there's a bit of hair missing off your heads.
Oh, well, that's strange. And if she doesn't stop me, I actually look through Sarah's hair. I sort of touch it, and I think, yeah,
I think Sarah's just startled enough, like in noticing and noticing the same reaction, that if you just kind of go for it, she's not going to stop you. She's just kind of double reflection in the mirror, just like, what's going on?
Yeah, and you definitely, as you feel through her parting, that there's just a bit of a chunk of hair that's missing. And with that hard success, Ellen, I'll say that you can actually see it's almost like it's been neatly cut off as opposed to falling out from stress or something.
yeah. I point out the fresh ends to her. That is odd.
That's. I don't remember getting into any trouble last night. I know I left quite early compared to the lot of you, but did anything happen? Did I forget that I did something wild at the pub? That's not really normally how I operate, but did I fall or get caught on something? But you have this. What?
I can't think of anything. No, and I think I might actually take a minute to scramble back up the ladder and see if there's like any hair on her pillows or something.
Oh, okay. I'll say that yes, there are a few stray strands of hair, again, around the same length as that which has been cut, and You also confirm that for both of you, it's a very neat cut. It's not, again, like you caught it on a branch or something like that. It's definitely done with a tool.
How very odd.
I'm battling with my player knowledge of things like folklore and how much of that my character who is into folk music would know.
You could give me a roll if you like, Sarah. Occult, possibly.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I could make a pitch for an occult, I've been rolling like garbage this whole game so far, so we'll see how this goes.
Ooh.
So close.
Would you like to spend any luck?
Drive it like a rental. Let's go. I'll spend 7 luck.
Okay. It
Sorry.
immediately comes across as odd, especially because both of you have it, so it's not like you've been to a shoddy hairdresser's in recent times. But then, yeah, your occult knowledge kicks in, Sarah, and you do know of a few different folklore type traditions that use locks of hair for things. One of which that comes to mind is poppets.
Yeah. I don't know that Sarah says anything like super explicitly to Ellen, but I do think Sarah kind of maybe mumbles something under her breath about folk customs and strangers. And then sort of realizes the time and quickly shifts into like maybe we should get going, and like intentionally muss it, having brushed her hair very nicely now, musses it to hang in front of her face and also cover this shorn spot, and starts heading for the door.
Is there a couple of cut hairs on Neil's pillow also?
There are, yes. But you didn't see it earlier because his hair was so disheveled and he legged it out the door.
But yeah, I make a note of checking for his bald spot later. We must tell him about this. This is odd.
Yes, we should certainly check in with him, but we're going to have to catch up to him first.
Yes.
Indeed,
you go ahead. I'll lock up.
Halfway down to the village. So let's fast forward a little bit.
There's one last fact. Neil is chasing after the two of them who he thinks are ahead of him.
I love this.
Oh,
we didn't notice that I was at the breakfast table when you got your bread.
So, the fete is already getting underway even by the time you arrive. It's set up on the village green. At the east end, there's this horse box with 2 chairs and a loudspeaker. It's basically there's a running track, 100 meters running track that's been sprayed onto the grass and sort of near there. There's also a large marquee on the other side that's serving refreshments. And then on the west end of the green, there is a collection of stalls. So you've got things like the local Girl Guides, and you can see the stern Wendy there, heading that up. There's also the local Scouts, tennis club. They're all raising money for the parish council. And you also notice a tent at the bottom of the green, smaller than the marquee, and got that lovely stripy design with the big pointy roof. There's a large, elaborate sign reading Spooky Sue on it. So you do have some freedom. Yes, you need to help out with the volunteering and the juggling, where and if it's needed, but you do have free reign to look around, of course, chat with people, do games, anything like that. So I'll say that you kind of achieve your menial tasks, because that would be boring to play through. So apart from that, what would you like to do? Where would you like to look around? Are there any games that you'd like to play? There's various things like the Hoopla, Tombola, Splat the Rat, things like that as well.
Is Mervyn serving refreshments somewhere?
Oh, yes. He's got several barrels of his homebrew cider. He is already drawing it for people. There is no beer. He is already drawing it, although he is doing it in half pints, because I guess that's more acceptable at 10 in the morning.
Hair of the dog.
Oh, I see. Hair of the dog. He will absolutely give you a hair of the dog.
Excellent. Thank you, Mervyn.
How are you feeling? Is your head hurting?
Better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I love to party. It's really good. You're serving half pints, yeah?
Oh, I mean, for now, until about lunchtime, and then obviously pints.
That that will do. Just.
Or I could give you two halves if you're really desperate.
Yeah, actually, that's perfect.
All right, two halves.
And then
And
he just downs
he
the
draws
first
them all.
half. He downs the first half immediately, and then he walks off with the second half.
Okay. So, what would you like to do with the fates? You've got a couple of hours, or have you actually? Hang on, 2 secs.
10 to 4.
Okay, yeah, you 10 till 4 is the fate. You think that something might happen around the lunchtime. You kind of hear whispers from people that, yeah, there's going to be something to sort of break things up a bit.
I would like to go to whatever seems to be the most equivalent to the historical society. It might actually be our very stoic parish leader and her girl guides. Anybody who's doing any sort of like history, telling the tale of the stag, doing any of the like history of Lammastide, any of those kinds of things, and will listen in / offer to volunteer with whatever they're doing, if it's handing out literature or just even the raising the money for the parish. I want to get invested in the local folklore and culture because librarian nerd stuff.
Okay, brilliant. What about the rest of you?
You dangled Spooky Sue's tent in front of my nose. I cannot say no.
I
Like,
did, didn't I?
I want to come. Can we
Okay.
both go to Spooky Sue's? Yeah, like Neil's going to turn up holding 2 half pints, hand one to Ellen, and then we can go
Aw.
to Spooky Sue.
You absolutely can both go to Spooky Sue.
I put my hand on your elbow and say, "Look, this is a bit weird, but did something happen last night?" And before you catch me wrong, I'm like, "No, listen, Sarah and I, we found," and I show you the little patch on my head, and it's like, there's a hair on your pillow too. I think somebody cut our hair while we were sleeping. And I start like, sort of running my hand along your part, looking for where that might have happened to you.
It takes you a minute because, again, your hair is very disheveled and untidy, even for you, Neil. But yeah, you definitely feel as if there's sort of very sharp strands of hair, as if someone's just cut a bit off.
I mean, I know I was sleeping
Huh.
like a log, but ooh, isn't that strange? Did you think Mildred would have like climbed up that ladder in the middle of the night? I can't quite. Oh, I guess we were
Right?
sleeping really late. Maybe it wasn't the middle of the night. It was probably even bright daylight.
Neil gives you a winning smile.
Yeah, why trouble ourselves with something like that, right? Yeah.
As you're holding his elbow, he slips his hand around your waist and guides you towards Spooky Sue.
Yeah. Yeah, won't worry about these things. Nothing bad's gonna come from this.
Okay, I'm going to deal with Sarah first. As you might expect, Wendy is indeed helping out quite considerably with anything historic, educational, local lore, that kind of thing. There aren't that many books per se. It's more your fiction as opposed to your non-fiction. But there are a few guidebooks that do have little snippets of folklore and regular lore in there, you think. And Wendy talks about them a little bit to you, and you see that Tiffany is also helping. Tiffany is far more keen, though, to spin the tales a little bit and make them sound a bit creepier and make them more exciting. But they're both very pleased to get you in to help out. And yeah, you sell some books for a while. The guides are also kind of going out and sort of selling them on the move, sort of thing. Yeah, there's a few things that you might glean a little bit of information or inspiration from, but there's nothing particularly substantial there.
Right. I think I'm just going to like anytime I can get one of the girl guides to tell me the same legend over and over so I can kind of hear the different takes that everybody's picked up on, like, you know, whatever the legend of like how the stag came to be on the hill, because in that way of like oral tradition and folklore, and just kind of taking notes of the little differences in the way that like Wendy tells it versus the way that the girls tell it versus the way that Tiffany tells it.
Yeah.
Trying to not be too paranoid, but definitely kind of locking in on like what seems to be the common like cultural spin on this version of this kind of legend.
Okay.
Again, librarian stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you definitely get little snippets of, firstly, about the chalk carving. There's a lot of ambiguity about how it came to be, as there usually is with these chalk carvings. But in terms of how it feels to the local community, it's basically, according to local legend, represents the spirit of the local farming community. And Wendy definitely delivers it much drier than anybody else. Tiffany, again, colors things a lot. And yeah, they talk about like, you know, how it might have happened, how the community will thrive under the watchful eye of the stag, that kind of thing. They also mention this this part of the festival, which is kind of the climax of the festival, called the dough ceremony. And they don't tell you much, especially Wendy. She's very much like, we're keeping it a secret. We'll surprise you, you newcomers, with what's going to happen. But you do hear quite a lot of the girl guides either whispering excitedly to each other or even arguing with each other about who is going to be a doe this year.
And within all of that, is the vibe that I'm getting from the stories about like if the stag represents the spirit of the community, does this seem to be a protective thing? Does it seem to be a vengeful thing? Is there a specific tonality to the way that manifests that seems to be more common than the others?
Yeah, you definitely think that it's much more a protective representing. Again, it's very much tailored to, if the ceremony goes well, then there's a good harvest and it watches over and so on. But you can absolutely give me a psychology roll when you're talking to these locals.
Extreme success. Finally,
Okay.
something.
Okay, as soon as you mention, you know, is it for protection? Is it for revenge? That kind of thing. Wendy can't help but say, well, I mean, in terms of some people here, they really want to go against traditions. So you never know, they may start spinning a story that it is for vengeance, but it's not. It is very much protection. And you get the feeling that she is quite pissed off with at least certain individual members of this community for whatever reason.
Great. We don't have to play this out, but the other thing that I'm just gonna generally keep my ear out for over the rest of the fate
Cool.
is trying to play that game. I probably do this with the students in the library all the time, looking for like who's dating, who's broken up, who's because I'm looking for inspiration for my books, of course.
Absolutely.
But I'm gonna kind of watch the way people interact and see if I can start to kind of figure out where on the spectrum from like Wendy to Mildred to our impropriety, like who's getting along, who's on the traditionalist side with Wendy, who is on the more like modernist, I'll call it, side. I'm just gonna
Mhm.
keep an eye out for that, and that can just be
Yeah.
general background noise of what I'm watching for.
Of course. What I will say is a very kind of summarized thing of what you glean. It is very clear that Wendy's say tends to go with these things, and people really try and respect her as much as they can. So they definitely, their body language changes a little bit when in her presence almost. And when she starts interrogating people a little bit, asking too many questions, you really feel them start to get a little intimidated and unnerved. But you definitely think that there are certain cliques. The vicar, for example, is a lot more about tradition, even though he's quite young, and so gets on with Wendy quite a lot. Whereas there are other people like Tiffany and a few others that quite like the idea of more people coming, maybe other events taking place, or even talk of people leaving the village. That sets Wendy off a little bit, and she does get a bit disgruntled by this. But interestingly, not as much as that first reaction, as if she could maybe have been thinking about somebody else. Maybe Mildred, from what you've heard. But who knows? So let's move to the other two, and let's not keep them waiting any longer for Spooky Sue. So yeah, do you head just straight into the tent? It sounds like it's not occupied with anyone else in there at the moment. Any other attendees?
All right, sure.
Cool. Okay. The smell hits you immediately. This very heavy smell of incense, uh, really quite floral. It's semi pleasant, but it does take you a moment to get over. And Spooky Sue, she comes across almost quite withered to start with, and that she's in this sort of dramatic pose, looking down like this. But then she gets very, very animated when she sees the two of you. Oh, hello there, my pretties. Welcome, welcome to my tent. What can I do for you? Tarot. Yes, yes, you want some tarot, don't you?
Oh,
And she immediately
tarot.
starts getting a tarot card deck out. Please do sit. I can do you both together.
Wow, isn't that
Her accent
wonderful,
is
Neil?
very over the top.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like in the movies. I've never had my cards read.
Neil takes a big
Oh.
swig of the cider.
Okay. Oh, yes, by all means, just pop it down on the table there. And yeah, as she moves, you see that she's obviously quite old, but you think looks a lot younger for her age. But the way she moves, her movements are quite slow sometimes. But yeah, it's really difficult to tell exactly how old she is. But here's a portrait for you. And she starts drawing the cards after shuffling them for you and starts reading your fortunes. And this carries on for a little bit. I am actually going to draw you a deck. So, who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay. Neil. The first card that's drawn for you is 17, the star, which suggests, or I'll do it in her voice, this suggests hope and bright prospects in the future. The next
I
one.
dig him in the elbow and say, "Go you!"
The next one. Ooh. 3 of Swords. Reversed. A bittersweet energy. But could be seen as a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. And finally, she draws, the Queen of Swords. Truth and justice, ready to cut away at anything that no longer serves. You're a creative man, aren't you?
Yeah.
Musician,
like
aren't you?
to-
I can tell. You have musician's fingers.
Yeah, totally. I like to create and, just vibe, man.
Ah, yes. The Queen of Swords demonstrates kindness, but also firmness. I can absolutely see you being a very good dancer, young man. Okay. She then draws for you, Alan.
Yes, please. I'm so
The
excited.
first card. Oh, interesting. And she takes a little look up and down you. The Empress. Fruitfulness, initiative, mothering energy. You're a housewife, aren't you?
How did you know? My husband will be so pleased to hear.
Ah, Sue's intuition, my dear. Next is the High Priestess. Do you hold any secrets? Any mysteries?
I give her the charmingest smile I can muster and say, "Don't we all?"
Do you have any hobbies that you get up to outside the house, miss?
Oh, just the Women's Institute and all that. All the ladies stuff. All the feminine virtues.
Again, she just studies your physique a little more and says, you definitely look like you could put up yourself in a fight, though.
Oh, all the knitting dough and all. It's hard work, good for the arms.
And then her heart sinks a little bit as she draws the reverse 3 of Wands. And yet there is a lack of progress, delays in plans for you.
Oh no, that's so sad.
You may have had big plans for your future, but is something holding you back? Perhaps you want to do these feminine hobbies some more than you would like.
I mean, I never did finish that degree of mine. Listen, are you from around here? I'm so enjoying this. I wish if that was the kind of thing that you did, would you maybe come to our village celebrations sometimes? And I think I might have brought a bunch of calling cards from the from the women's thing.
Oh, yes, I may well pass by that area again. And when she says again, you're a little puzzled because you've definitely not seen her there ever in your lifetime.
No, certainly not. This is just my jam. I would have gone if I'd seen even a glimpse of this tent.
And as you're having conversations and you're maybe mulling over the cards that she drew,
holding me back, hey.
Someone
maybe
enters the tent.
Maybe I need that Queen of Swords cutting me free.
Oh yes, quite possibly. Maybe you'll draw her again when the moon phase comes next. But she's almost cut off as Wendy, and from your point of view, Sarah, Wendy sort of wandered off to take a little break, but she actually marches into Spooky Stu's tent and says, "Oh, will you shut up peddling that nonsense, Sue? These newcomers don't need all this nonsense. Anyway, the preliminary does are going to be chosen. So come on. I want you to see this."
Thank you. And I give
Right.
both a big smile, Sue in parting and Wendy as I follow her.
Just before you leave, Ellen, Sue passes a card of her own to you and says, "Perhaps if you're here for a little longer, you could pass me by again." And she hands you a business card, which is handout 4, please, Steve. Her address is at Black Cat Cottage in Low Green.
Awesome.
So you are led to where this track is with the big speakers. And Sarah, you notice that the others around you stop very abruptly in what they're doing as they realize that it's about to start, and they head on over to where this stage is. And you realize that the sun is now very much at the midday angle. It's very, very hot again, but everyone is incredibly excited. There's more cider being passed around, still in half glasses for now. But you see a female police officer. She gets up on the stage and she announces, "Please gather for the dough ceremony." And people kind of get closer at the horse box. You notice as well that there are 3 other people on the stage. They've got these crowns of deer antler on their heads. One is a small girl, only about 8. There's another lady in her mid-20s, and there's a teenage boy, about 16. And there's also 3 thrones that have now been put on stage that have been painted gold. And this woman who you come to know as WPC Nancy Damson, and I'll show you a portrait of her. She's got quite a towering physique as well, so she looks even more imposing on the stage. But she draws this golden envelope, this quite large envelope, almost like an award ceremony, and she opens it. And she rustles the paper as she takes it out. "So, our Orchwyrth does for 1976 are Sarah Warriner, Ellen Abbot, and Neil Bradley." And she sort of claps. There's a little bit of tension as people quite quickly realize that firstly, they've not been picked, but secondly, outsiders have been picked. But still quite quickly, they join in applause. And you're actually roughly pushed and pulled towards the front of the stage and onto it.
Neil's really
the
happy.
Villagers
He's
almost engulf
celebrating.
you a little bit. Oh, brilliant. So whether you go for your own fruition or not. But yes, Neil is very much taking it in his stride. You very jovially come on stage, but the rest of you, yeah, you're ushered up or herded on almost onto the stage, and you're made to sit on these thrones. And essentially what happens, it happens quite quickly, but some sort of celebration for you happens. Firstly, these Morris dancers come out almost seemingly from nowhere, and they're jangling their bells around you. They've got these big swords and sticks that they're clashing around your head, sometimes dangerously close to you, which is a little bit unnerving, before picking you up in your thrones and starting to spin you around and take you down into the crowd. And it's getting really quite dizzying, especially for those of you who've had quite a lot to drink the night before. And I would like all of you, please, to give me con rolls for this to see if you get dizzy.
Would you like me to make mine with a penalty die?
I think that's appropriate, yes.
I did feel...
Oh, I don't even need the penalty.
No, you don't. Oh dear. Okay. All fails. Yeah, you feel quite nauseous from this, and you're being jostled around quite a lot, jerked, etc. Eventually, though, you're put back down, and you can breathe a little bit of the very still air. But before you get a chance to get up, you smell this interesting smell of something, quite sweet again. But there's this big pot that the police officer brings forth, and she starts serving this rather gloopy purple looking liquid into these quite big chalices. And the vicar comes along and passes the chalices to each of you. And if you look a little bit worried by this, he says, "Oh, don't worry, my dears. They've used Vimto since the incident in 53." And the police officer says, "And now the doe shall drink." And everyone watches in great anticipation.
I try to look graceful and not as worried as I was a second ago as I bring the chalice to my lips. And sure. Yeah, yeah.
Do the rest of you drink? Neil absolutely drinks.
Sorry. Yes.
I think Sarah brings it up to her lips, but is gonna try to avoid drinking as much as possible, even if it means she has to kind of fake almost like sloshing or spilling. This is not the full like over the shoulder level, chug or anything, but just like taking a big sniff, kind of trying to identify this, remembering that like Eucharist is a common part of the ceremonies at Lammas, but that this doesn't quite feel right for that. And so like it's almost a more absent-minded, like I'm processing than it is active, like deceptively trying to not drink, I think.
Okay.
She's in her folklore brain.
Sure. So yeah, you're quite tentative, but straight away there are still people on the stage. They notice that you're being tentative and they're sort of doing that at you to the point where one even just hooks their fingers on the tip of the rim of the glass and just helps you drink it. You do actually get a little bit down you. The others, you drink your fill. But as you do, there is this very sweet, fruity scent. It definitely reminds you of the cider last night, but there's definitely something else in there that hits very strong after a couple of seconds. This metallic tang. And especially for you, Sarah, because some of it has gone down your front and it's now staining whatever clothes you're wearing. You see that it is sticky, coagulating blood, and none of you can escape this smell now. This horrible, metallic, almost decomposing, filthy smell. I would like you all to make me sanity rolls, please, as the crowd goes wild.
I have 35 sand. I'm starting. Oh, I succeeded. I'm drunk.
Where's this sheet hiding myself?
Can I have drunk the entire thing and not noticed that it's blood? Because I am so drunk.
Absolutely. Absolutely, you can.
I think Sarah is saved only by the fact that she was already processing like Eucharist. And so she's like, maybe I'm drunk. Maybe I'm drunk and I just am taking this too literally.
Quite possibly. Okay, so for those of you who passed, that is 1 sanity loss. For you, Sarah, it's going to be a D4, please.
Yeah, I don't take this well.
Okay.
I like how Sarah has.
Oops, sorry.
I like how Sarah has twice the sanity that I have.
It's to make up for my terrible luck roll.
Okay. So at this point, like I said, the crowd has gone wild. It's deafening cheer. You hear a polka being struck up somewhere. But Sarah, for you, again, you're seeing a bit of the blood on your shirt. You're feeling it seeping in through the fabric. You're smelling it. How do you react?
I think I'm going to just I'm going to immediately start apologizing from behind my hair that I have kind of like very much pushed in to cover my face, and I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna start trying to kind of move my way off this wherever we have been left. I think we're back up on like the dais or whatever, trying to move away with one hand, very much in that like fumbling for the handkerchief, like I need to go clean myself up, like very apologetic, very just I'm so sorry. I'm such a ditz about these sorts of things. Apologies, but excuse me. I just need to get and like just really try to like get out of here. I think my propensity for panic attacks is actively starting to trigger, and I'm feeling one coming on.
Okay. You do manage to scrape some of it off with your handkerchief, but in terms of trying to maybe find a bathroom in the inn, you're so surrounded by this crowd still, and since you're now very high profile as a doe, you are almost immediately pulled to dance with everybody. There's more cider being handed out around you. You can try and push any glasses away, but you are in this frenzy of dancing. So I'll say that maybe with a strength or dex roll, you can try and get out of this crowd, but it will still take you some time to do so.
I'm not physically fit in any mechanical way. I will try I will try a dexterity roll just for funsies.
I did
fumble.
I did gasp a little when I first saw the strength and dex stats.
Yeah,
and
me
the con
too.
stats actually on Sarah. Good grief.
Yeah, I'm bad at everything except books.
What a wonderful fumble.
Yeah.
So you very quickly, because you're being pulled around, you almost trip over someone's feet, and you manage to steady yourself with your hands on the grass, on this sharp, prickly grass, and you're starting to go into this panic attack now. You're panting. You're trying to keep it as slow as possible, but you're really struggling. Your head's starting to spin. There are people still moving around you very, very quickly. The others, presumably, you are also enjoying the dancing, or at least joining in with it.
Seeing as I failed both my con and my san, would it be unreasonable to assume that, with all the twirling around that the Morris dancers did and all that, and then the odd liquid, I might have felt sick?
Oh, quite possibly, actually. In fact, yeah, I'll say that it's a bit of a delayed response, but yeah, as you're pulled into the crowd and begin
tries to dance me in a circle, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, you definitely feel the urge to throw up, and you do. Neil, you are kind of far beyond any of that sort of sensation. You are going with it. You are dancing, you are jigging. You're maybe even trying to find some more instruments again to start playing, but if you do, you don't do it as well today, possibly. But
no.
What I will say is whether you are on the floor or if you are amongst the crowd some more dancing, this carries on for an inordinate amount of time, maybe another few hours before you're finally granted some respite. And people start dispersing a little bit. They're nowhere near done with their partying. A lot of people start making their way towards the inn. Some people keep drinking on the green, but at least you are left a bit alone. But you notice that as most people have moved off dancing and drinking, the stalls have finished up for the day. And in particular, you notice that Spooky Sue's tent has gone completely. And on that note, I'm going to call a short break as you recover from that frenzied welcome.
Welcome back to the Miskatonic Playhouse. I am your host for the evening, John Hedge, and I am going to jump us straight back into this thrilling, terrifying, and drunken game of Under the Chalk. Keeper, the stage is yours.
Why, thank you, Hedge. Yes, so we resume. It's now around 5 p.m. You hear the chimes from the village clock, where the little church is. As we unfolded earlier, two of you are not in a particularly good state, especially you, Sarah. I'll say that you're managing to keep the panic attack down now that it's been a few hours, but it's one of those that you've had to unfortunately ride in a not very nice environment for it. So you really don't feel good. Neil, it's kind of up to you whether you were uh, carried through by the crowd to join everyone else at the inn, or if you stay to see what your friends are up to, or where on earth they are, since you haven't seen them for a while.
I unfortunately think that he does ride the wave to the pub. Maybe you give me a spot hidden for this. Did I see Ellen in trouble? I don't think
Yeah,
I
I'll give
did.
you a spot hidden roll. I'll give you a spot hidden roll for that.
Because he sort of has a bit of a soft spot for,
Okay.
yeah,
So
so maybe I did.
yeah, Sarah went down really quickly, so you definitely didn't see her. But for Ellen, yes, you did, because she was up for a little bit. She then got unsteady, and then yeah, she went down. She started throwing up a bit. So yeah, at some point you will have definitely seen that she's in trouble. And as the crowd have now dispersed some more, Sarah is also not looking good either.
I Neil, the thing about Neil is that he he's a he has a golden heart, and he genuinely like the thing is like you can't fake being a charming, wonderful person to some degree. He certainly can't. He's not smart enough. So he goes and he picks up 3 pints of cider and he wanders over and he sits down with Ellen and Sarah and he hands them a pint each. He gets them on a picnic table and he puts his arm around Ellen and he gives her a bit of a hug. And he kind of looks at Sarah, taps her lightly on the side of the shoulder. Well, um, what
The
happened?
red oozing liquid has now dried on your shirt.
I think Sarah almost instinctively flinches when you touch, not in a terrible way, but just in a like still coming down off the adrenaline
Yeah.
way.
When he sees that, I'm just gonna like put the handle of the pint glass towards you. No, hold on.
Immediate
It's England in the
push it
70s.
away.
There's no handle. Yes.
I would have thought they'd be in dimple glasses like this.
Maybe it's a dimple glass. Yeah.
Either way, Sarah's gonna push it away, distinctly pushing it in the awayest from the group as possible, as to not seem like she's offering hers to Neil. um, and I think that is, kind of going to be the moment when she's gonna maybe look up, not actually make eye contact, but like look up, brush the hair a little bit out of her face on the side where that patch was, and kind of say, there's something weird here. Not to disparage any local customs, but something about this is unlike anything I've ever read about or any fate I've ever attended before, and I don't think we're supposed to be here.
I don't understand how could they choose us for the what's it called again? The dose? What does that even? I
No.
mean, they
I mean,
said they didn't like strangers and they never had strangers, and now we're a big exception, and suddenly we get the best spot or something.
I
Makes
just
no
because they
sense.
liked our party last night.
I'm starting to wonder if it's some sort of political statement. We've got a lot of very traditionalists here who are very uncomfortable with inviting anyone else into their ceremonies, and then we've got a lot of, I guess one might call them modernists. I don't know if that's really the proper term, but those who are willing to expand the festival. And I wonder if somebody's trying to make a game of it or a show of it, either by putting us up as the dose, whatever that is, to make a point, but then also whatever that was that they had us drink that can't be right, and kind of just unconsciously like kind of rubbing at the stain and maybe even trying to like flake off a little bit of it to like look at again. A little bit of that, like, I made my sanity check, but just barely. And so trying to figure out confirming that I saw what I saw and that like, okay, this is really happening.
Yeah, no, like it's probably like some kind of political statement, Sarah. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Do you
You don't
think
need to
like
condescend to me, Neil. I recognize that we come from very different educational backgrounds. I don't know what else it would be.
No,
No,
you're right. That is so smart. Do you think we should talk to Wendy and make sure we're not stepping on anybody's toes?
I was just sort of wondering if like there were any cool perks to being a doe? Like, I don't know, maybe we can, you know.
Everyone seemed very excited about the ceremony when I talked to them earlier, but no one would tell me what it was. They were very distinctive about wanting to keep it a surprise for us. And now I think I understand
Hey.
why.
Ellen made a friend earlier who seemed sort of like she wasn't super in the town, but still lived here. Ellen, why don't we go and visit your friend, the Sue?
Oh, spooky Sue. Yeah, she was such a
Yeah.
dear. I'm sure she'll read your cards too, Sarah. Have you
Sarah,
had cards
maybe
read before? That was fun.
I have. It's been a very long time. I was much younger and more impressionable then. If you certainly if you think this spooky Sue could shed some light on what's going on, I think that would be all right. I would really like to not go anywhere where there's large groups of people, in so much as it can be avoided. I might just try to go back to find somewhere to lie down. I don't know. As I'm sort of stammering and probably letting them herd me if you guys want to go to like I'm not going to
just be the road down there. It's not far at all.
I like the idea that Neil kind of like gets up and literally like has an arm here, an arm here, just shepherding everyone that way. Getting a little bit handsy with Ellen, being much more professional with Sarah. And he's got a pint in each glass of cider as well.
Grab my unconsumed cider glass in your free hand. Neil said something about, I think it was Neil said something about Wendy, and I think that's gonna trigger. Can I thinking back, did I see Wendy's reaction to us getting named as the does? Specifically Wendy's?
I'm going to give that to you, especially because you heard her guides talking about, no, I'm going to be the doe. No, me, I'm going to be, etc. She was very annoyed. She didn't say anything to you, but it was clear that she wanted at least one of her guides to be the doe this year, and that didn't happen.
Okay. I'm just going to
Well, if you say this out loud, I'm going to share that she shooed us away from Sue's tent over for the ceremony, and that she was clearly annoyed, but we just thought it was because we were being late. Maybe.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so to Spooky Sue's you go. So you find her cottage, as you say, it's not very far at all. It's down in Low Green. It's double fronted with a lovely dark purple clematis that climbs across the front. Leaded windows with small panes, again, a very old looking cottage. And you notice, though, that it's maybe more exciting to some of you than others. There is a gargoyle knocker at the door. And also hanging next to the door is a string of 9 stones with holes in them, which Sarah, you recognize as hagstones. There's also a window box full of fragrant herbs. Some of them you think could also be used in more herbalist traditions for various scenarios, whether celebration or commiseration, healing or what have you. You knock on the door, and Sue fairly promptly answers, and she immediately and warmly invites you in for tea, and also says her hellos to you, Sarah, seeing you for the first time. Once again, just like her tent, the air is thick with incense.
I so need a cup of tea. Thank you so much. Listen, we really don't want to impose, but well, it was all a bit much, that ceremony just now. I just really like to, be behind some walls and have my head stop spinning, maybe.
Nonsense, Ellen. I invited you, and you notice immediately, Ellen, that she's dropped this over-the-top West Country accent completely from her vernacular. In fact, it's actually kind of difficult to pin down her exact regional accent. It is British, but you're not exactly sure where she's from now that you think about it, and she's using her proper accent. She moves around a little bit to start getting tea, but the room is also cramped with this furniture that's draped full of throws. There's ornaments everywhere, etc. And she even has to move some off a chair to make sure that you can all sit down properly. You also notice that there is an ancient-looking tabby cat asleep on one of the chairs. Although you start wondering if it's maybe stuffed because it's so inanimate, and then it lets out this little snore, which is very, very cute. She starts getting cups and saucers out onto this large dining table. Excuse me. And she also offers you some apple cake.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. That's just the thing.
Oh, no problem, no problem. I make plenty of it. It's really good, this stuff. Nothing strange in there. It's a tiny bit boozy, but there's just a little dash that's added in. But yeah, it's really tasty and just gives you that pick-me-up that you need.
I think Sarah politely declines the apple cake because it just reminds her too much of the cider, which reminds her too much of everything else going on, but she'll take the tea.
No problem at all. No problem, miss. By the way, what happened there?
I'm so sorry. I don't.
Oh no, don't apologize. It just looks like blood.
I think it is. Not mine that I'm aware of, thankfully. No.
Oh no! It's stuff they gave us to drink from that chalice. The vicar said about Vimto. That's not blood.
That's not Vimto. That's not Vimto. That's very interesting.
But the vicar gave it us to drink. He wouldn't. Wouldn't. What?
Do you know much about the dough ceremony?
Well, yes, I do. In the time I've been here many, many years, and every year 3 doughs get chosen. You probably saw that I left quite promptly afterwards. I didn't take part in any of the dancing. My figure just doesn't. I can't really move as well as I used to. But it's as you can probably tell, it's a surprise that you all got picked. It's a very rigorous application process.
I was going to ask, what is the criteria for being a dough? How are the doughs chosen?
Oh well, it depends on who the judges are, but of course one of them is always going to be Wendy. They look
was a
out
bit
for.
mad, wasn't she?
She seemed very
Oh,
upset.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. She keeps talking about how good her girl guides are, how good they are around the community, and that's part of the point. That does are there to attend community events and take part and everything throughout the year, not just around Lammastide.
Then why would they
It is
choose
very odd.
That
three
makes no sense.
of us who aren't from here?
Yes. There is a lot that's not adding up here. But also, how did you get invited in the first place to the festival?
The letter.
Oh, I found a flyer and I'm not sure who left it at the Cayley.
Okay.
I heard about it through research, and I'm working on a book, and I thought it might provide some inspiration.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes, I do remember those flyers being made, but I'm not sure who or how they got into your hands. But it was obviously deemed okay by the committee if they're letting outsiders in. That never happens. Not with the Lammastide Festival. Not that I
Who
give
else
it
is on the committee?
shit, frankly, but there's various people. And let me just quickly find who else is on the committee. So we have Wendy, of course, as the chairwoman. We have the vicar, whose name is Simon Verdant, by the way. Mervyn is, as far as she can remember, still on the committee. Nancy Damsung, the police officer. And there's a few others, a few sort of more minor members of the community. Like, for example, some of the Morris dancers. There's someone called Linda who has a few boys and also likes baking cakes.
Of the people that I've maybe caught names for in my generally keeping my ears open for the traditionalists versus the modernists, it seems like this is matching up, that there might have been enough people to outvote Wendy and the vicar, who seem to be kind of aligned from what I've observed. Or maybe I don't have enough information to tell. Okay.
Yeah, at the minute it's hard to tell. It's possible, but also you know that you've got Wendy, you've got the vicar, who are both very kind of in their traditions. They're both very influential people.
Mm-hmm.
So if people were swayed otherwise.
Interesting. Are any of the sturdies or the cantrips on the council?
Oh, yes, of course. Mildred, yes. She was on the council. She hasn't been now for a few months. She was basically, I think it was more of a mutual understanding in the end that she would leave. But from what I know, she was made to leave.
Was this after her husband's death?
Oh yes. This was far after her husband's death. She has always been, as far as I know, quite an angry person. She can have quite a temper sometimes. But from what I know, and I don't know much, but it was something, I think she proposed a different event to happen, either during this festival or perhaps soon after, and Wendy and co obviously didn't like it.
Oh. This is a bit of an odd question. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but gesturing at her,
me.
Exactly, gesturing at her decorations, I say, you seem to know about a lot of things, and well, This sounds crazy, but when we woke up this morning, we found that each of us was missing a strand of hair.
Really?
It seemed to have been cut off.
Hmm.
The sort of thing I would expect practitioners of the old
Right here.
Slightly off. See?
Yes. Yes, very wonky. And she even, if you're close enough, she even touches your hair a bit to confirm. Yes, that does make sense. I was unaware that Mildred practiced such things, but her mother certainly did. I knew her mother very well before she died.
She's a practitioner of the old ways, as one might say.
Yes, very much so. We both did things together a lot of the time. We were both very, I suppose, well sought after healers. Although, don't get me wrong, I'm not in that stupid coven.
There's a
But-
local coven?
Yes, there is. I'm not exactly sure who the members are, but I've heard whispers from other people, other clients, shall we say, and by clients I mean other villagers, that they believe there to be a small group of people who make up a coven who meet every so often.
Oh, that's
Do they,
so
like-
cool.
Dance on the hills at night.
It's all
They
about
may
feminine
well do.
empowerment.
I don't think that's the kind of coven we're talking about, Ellen.
I'm a huge fan of feminine empowerment.
Feminine empowerment is one thing, but I don't know. It's something not you three, I'm sure, but I think now that traditions are becoming more modern and more progressive, that's all fine, but some people think they know witchcraft when they really, really don't. It's an art. It's very nuanced. It's not just stirring cauldrons or throwing stuff into a pot or chanting some funny words under a moonlit night.
No, there are centuries of tradition involved in the practice of folk magic. You can't simply
Absolutely.
pick up a book and presume that you will immediately have access to the craft of the practice. Or so I've been told.
You are correct, Miss Warriner.
Have in your knowledge of the practice, or in so much as you're willing to speak about your personal practice, has that ever been tied to any of the festivals specifically here? I mean, I obviously know that traditional paganism has a lot of ties to the harvest rituals and the changing of the seasons, but is that something that's been particularly common in this area?
Well, Mildred's mother and I, we didn't really have much to do with the festival's proceedings. We didn't want to, shall we say, clash with what the stag stood for.
What did it stand for? Not having had the earlier discussions.
It stands for protection. It always has done. It's a way of celebrating the harvest. It's a way of guaranteeing fruitfulness in both crops and life in general. And we were seen as powerful, but we're not stupid. We wouldn't encroach on other people's feelings about that. So we saw people as and when they needed us.
Of course, you don't want to try to impose your own practices on others, I would imagine, especially not with the strong ties to the vicarage and everything else. Okay.
But also, it isn't our way. We wouldn't do that anyway.
No, it's to contradict local customs would be rather anti-healing.
Yes.
I would assume. There's something very weird going on here, and maybe it's just my cultural ignorance, but I don't think things are going the way they're supposed to this year. And I don't know what that means or why it's happening, but
I think we should go and ask Mervyn.
He was nice. He would tell us, wouldn't he?
the proprietor at the bar.
Yes, he was such a sweetheart. He made us feel right at home last night. You left so early, but
And
I don't really feel a need to feel more at home here, to be perfectly honest. I think I'd like to fulfill my volunteer duties
know-
as prescribed and then leave.
you know what you need, Sarah? Just
Probably
chill
some
out,
strong
you know?
pharmaceuticals.
Maybe.
Neil, I'm not taking
hey,
any of
you
your
know what?
pot. I'm not taking any of your drugs. You think I don't know that you smoke the study over the library, but I do.
Literally, I was about to have Neil pull out some weed. And he does so.
Oh, did you get that from Rosemary, or is that some of your own?
Oh, no, I brought this with me. So, do you mind if
Okay.
I?
No, go ahead.
Sorry, you have a local ganja dealer in the middle of... Okay, all right. I don't know what's happening anymore. Could go breathe
Yes.
into a paper bag.
Yeah, she supposedly does it in secret, but of course I'm going to know. I know everything about everyone.
I suppose that does
Well,
make sense.
I am going to
Well-
light up and then pass the joint to Ellen.
oh, thank you. Yeah, I probably could come down a little, couldn't I? Yeah. Listen,
It does
I
help.
just I've just been feeling so uncomfortable with the thought of making people mad. You know, Mildred was so strict about us pulling our weight, and then Wendy storming into your tent, and I've
Pay no
now
mind to her. She does that all the time.
now that we're the does and we're supposed to be having duties the year around, isn't that just going to be such a big disappointment for everybody? Or maybe, you know, maybe they want to change that to bring more strangers in, but Mildred said they hated strangers. I'm just confused. It's no wonder I never finished uni. I just, you know, can't get my brain straight.
I definitely
May I
agree
suggest
there is
that-
something strange going on.
And I suggest that's the point when Ellen tries to take a smoke of the joint and then immediately has a coughing fit.
Oh dear. Have some more tea.
Mm.
And that sort of helps to lubricate, but Sue continues. I don't think you should worry too much about making other people mad. If anything, that's going to be the least of your problems. You see, no one has ever been dozed before from outside this village, at least properly. There was one man who did try. I think he was from Lyme, but this is going back to 48, so it's been a while. But I do remember what happened to him. He left suddenly in the night, and no one knows what became of him. And
Oh,
I do think, to be blunt, that they're all a bunch of oddballs, these people. And also, as you know, there is magic within these hills. And the fact that you've been chosen is, I think, going to be very significant, but I don't know exactly why. But I think perhaps I need to, well, with your help, we could perhaps ask the spirits for some guidance.
oh, how exciting. I'd love to ask the spirits.
I'm down. Yeah, let's go.
Come on, Sarah. It's going to be fun.
I would never want to interfere with anyone else's practices or beliefs. So, or as long as you think that's a wise idea, then I suppose we could give it a try. Can't be any More bizarre than anything else that's already happened today.
She gently holds your hands and says, I promise you, you will not be harmed. So she starts lighting a bunch of dried rosemary. There's this acrid smoke that fills the room, mixes in with the incense and the pots, and it's really, really quite overwhelming. She gets some jangly objects from a pouch. In the other, she takes this apple, which immediately starts turning brown in front of your eyes. She starts then squeezing what's left of this apple and the ichor, kind of mushes it in with these items and creating this horrible, sticky, rotting fruit juice over the table. Then immediately you start hearing this buzzing as flies start coming in very, very quickly. And she drops these items that are all sticky now dramatically on the table. And they appear to be almost like iron bars, which, Sarah, you think maybe are some kind of rune stones. They've definitely got strange symbols on as well, which confirms that. But she stares at them for a moment before closing her eyes and tipping her head back and saying in a low, raspy voice, Wide-eyed does from 3 strangers chosen to awaken the old magic, the old gods, the old evil. The rider, death on a pale steed, shall roam the land once more and putrefy all. And then she immediately goes stiff and collapses onto the table. Sanity rolls, please.
Ah.
Phew.
No.
Gonna continue to skirt by with my high pow and my high sand, the only 2 things I'm good at.
Okay. So that is a fumble. Wait, no, hold on. Hang on. I'm looking at the wrong stuff.
Just a regular fail.
Fail. Yeah, and a pass. Okay, fine. Great. So, Neil and Ellen, you're going to lose a D4, please. Sarah, you lose just the 1. And once you roll, please give me your reactions.
Neil would like to give out a high-pitched scream.
That's understandable.
I think I just gasp. I want to reach out for Sue. I really like her and I feel worried for her, but then I sort of catch myself with my arm stuck out because I'm like, oh no, I can't break the circle or something. And you stick it back under the table where she'd had, as I presume, hold hands for the seance or something.
Okay.
Sarah read English literature. She's gonna take a deep breath and just mutter, there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy. And then slow exhale. And then she is going to actually break the circle and go check for a pulse. Make sure that Sue is breathing and
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I have a first aid roll from you, please?
Oh, it's going to be bad. I don't know if I have enough first aid even to find a pulse. Let's find out. Oh, okay. It's failure. Regular failure.
She doesn't appear to have a pulse, but because you're actually touching her, after a couple of taps, she immediately bolts awake again and stares at you, obviously makes you jump. And she retrieves something from inside her bosom and hands it to you. And as it's clasped into your hand, it's ice cold. And you see a hagstone. And then she falls unconscious once more.
Well, normally I'd say that we should fetch the doctor, but I don't know if we have... Well, I know we don't have one. They said all emergency services are down the road, and I think I think Sue was probably the closest to the doctor there was in this town. Okay.
Is there something we should do? I could fetch her a glass of water or something.
We could go and tell Mervyn.
I don't know if we should tell anyone. Given the state of things, and given what we all just heard that, right? Let's start a base. Everybody heard the thing about the Pale Rider once again wreaking destruction on the land, or something to that effect.
Yeah. And do you know who we should tell?
Not any of the locals who are very upset about the fact that we got chosen and perhaps, seemingly, according to that, have unlocked some sort of ancient prophecy or foretelling?
Yeah, that was worrying, the things she just said, wasn't it? Not sure I caught it all, but I did like the sound of that very much.
Oh, no, yeah, but you know who's on the council?
A lot of people. Who are you thinking of?
Mervyn.
He is nice. He really is nice. Maybe we don't need to tell him the whole thing.
He's going to tell everyone everything. He's the bomb, and his entire job is to talk to people.
But that's it, right? He can't keep a secret if his life depended on it. So he's going to tell us what the does are supposed to be doing, right?
I would like to know what I meant to be. If we're going to end everything, I feel like someone should tell me how to do that.
I'm sorry, are you embracing this this choosing? Are you looking to reign destruction things? Again, I'm not trying to
It's part of the festival, right?
Oh my god, you think this is all just part of the act, don't you? You think this is all just part of the ceremony? Okay. Maybe I lost it. Maybe I'm the one who's off here.
So last week, right? I was at this festival where what they did is they killed winter, right? It was so cool, man. And then there was fire, and then it was yeah.
Yeah, and I've been to festivals where they ritually deflower virgins, which is a really nice way of justifying an orgy. It doesn't mean... that's different. That's different from whatever this is.
Which festival nearby does orgies? Sorry.
I didn't say it was nearby.
Yeah, that does sound rather nice. Do the lady from the Broncos Society know about this?
Can we talk about... I will happily come to your Women's Institute and tell them all of the best places for women of all ages to have as many orgies as they want after we get out of here.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Priorities. I was no good at this. Priorities. Mm-hmm.
I don't put a lot of stock in the greater beyond, but if there's one thing that I've learned from my studies over the years, it's that you don't have to put stock in it to also not piss it off, right? Don't go against the local customs just to go against them, because it's a bad idea. But also, I feel like these local customs maybe have taken an abrupt left turn in the last year or so.
Do you think this is anything to do with the rider appearing?
The abnormal heat, the appearance of the rider, the strange, sickly, sweet apples that keep showing up everywhere. Doesn't this sound like a fairy tale to all of you? And what are fairy tales and myths and legends other than ways of explaining the world? It's the ways the locals try to justify what is happening around them and explain their stories. And also, I'm the last outsider who was chosen for the ceremony, disappeared in the middle of the night. Maybe he pulled a runner, which is what I would personally like to do, but maybe he didn't.
No, I think he's buried under a ditch somewhere, honestly.
That's sort of my impression.
Yeah, let's not be him.
I'm not...
So...
Look, did any of you see that movie that came out a couple of years back about the folk festival and the folklorist goes to study it and then he ends up being lit on fire? I would really like to not repeat that in real life.
Singing in that movie, though.
Yes, it's a beautiful film. I'd love to be able to watch it again after I get out of here.
I feel
Right, you are.
like
Sarah is having another panic attack at this point.
we should probably, if you don't want to talk to Mervyn, totally on board. Maybe we should talk to Mildred. Maybe she can tell us about this coven, and they'll be like, dancing on the hill somewhere. So maybe we can go up there. That's away from people.
I suppose we do have to talk to somebody. I don't know if we can trust anybody.
Oh, no. But, wow. That was really like another cider, though.
What is the first rule of fairy? The first rule of fairy is don't eat or drink anything.
Well, it's a bit late for that now, in
we
case
can
the spot on your shirt.
We don't have to keep going. Persephone had 6 months because she ate 6 seeds. So if we stop now, maybe we can sort of truncate the process.
Right. Yeah, they really did well when they gave you that job. You've got the best brains.
Literally the only thing I've ever been good at. Ask my parents. They'll be happy to tell you all about my failures. Right. Okay. Mildred versus Mervyn. Who do we think is going to take us seriously and perhaps actually answer our questions?
No,
Even if that question is, how do we get out of here very quietly without anyone noticing?
Mildred.
I tell you about the note I found under her candlestick. Yes, I saw this thing yesterday when I was just, dusting around the mantelpiece, and so apparently she's in this I don't know, like crafting society or something, and there was something that she was supposed to be doing tomorrow afternoon at 3, like after we'd gone, after the festival would be over, and it was, I forget now. This is something.
Intimate crafting.
Intimate crafting. Yes. It sounded very weird.
Does
Now that we've heard these things, it sounds witchy, doesn't it?
Dear Keeper, is the term intimate crafting something I have ever come across in my study of folklore and occult?
Not word for word, no.
Okay. Just figured I'd check.
It does sound witchy, though, doesn't it? I know how silly that sounds.
It doesn't actually sound that silly, because
now that we know her mother was,
24 hours ago, I would have said that maybe that was some sort of deeply encoded way of speaking about some sort of like private women only, like talking about your, reproductive health or something. Now I'm starting to think it has a very different connotation.
Right? Yeah. I was thinking that too. But she cut our hair.
It did have to be her, didn't it? Unless she's letting somebody else into the house to do it. So,
I mean, did she cut our hair to rescue us or to wickerman us?
In practices that I've studied before, it could be any number of things. A lot of times it's tied to a puppet. You use a piece of the person to represent them in the puppet, and that can be used for ill or for good, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused now.
Whilst I'm loving this, I'm going to move things along a little bit.
Yeah.
Time. As you're talking and trying to work out like who, if anyone, you should talk to, Sarah, you definitely feel this first, given your panic attack, but it comes on quite suddenly for all three of you. You start getting this horrible pain in your stomachs, almost like a cramping, the kind of thing you get with food poisoning.
Oh, this isn't good.
I just really want another beer. Where's cider? Some of that really refreshing cider. Yeah, we should totally go to
No, Sarah was right about fairy food, maybe.
Maybe
I can just have another cup of tea here?
Can I go out to stagger myself out to the front porch and look in that herb box and see if I see anything that looks like it would be an emetic to make me vomit.
Oh, sure, absolutely. No problem. In that, actually, I'll give that to you for free. It takes a little bit of time, but yes, you definitely find the correct herbs to make a concoction to just make everything come out and make you feel a bit better. And then the pain comes back with a vengeance.
At this point, can Neil stumble out heading towards the pub?
Yes. What do the other two of you do?
Well, I don't feel so hot. And I don't think that I'd want to leave any of them alone. So I'll try and get Sarah to follow Neil with me.
I think I would have offered, probably once I've confirmed that this is kind of working for me, I would have offered it to the two of you, which is probably when we notice Neil is gone or is leaving. Yeah, I'm gonna. So sorry, Spooky Sue. I'm gonna look for, even if it's just like some thick earthenware mug, a thermos, anything she's got. I'm gonna temporarily steal it. I'm gonna pour whatever the rest of this concoction that I shook up was into something that I can carry with me, and I will go with Ellen to follow Neil.
So we'll understand.
Okay. So you carry on up the road towards the pub, but this pain just gets worse and worse. It's twisting your insides more, and you start getting a really pounding headache. And at one point, you even start getting a bit dizzy.
What did the vicar give us to drink? That wasn't Jimto at all.
It was blood. It's on my shirt. Like just pulling the shirt open and like kind of showing it. Like
that's weird. Why would you do that? It's not the Eucharist.
Because it's some sort of specialized ritual for the stag or something.
Oh, what is it going? I think I think the emetic works now again, and some more. But
At this point,
they can't be poisoning us now. They need us tomorrow, don't they?
Do they?
You're not feeling like so bad that something's really wrong, but you definitely feel that if you keep going the way you are, then there's going to be problems for you later. You feel like you really need to just take a break for a bit, maybe lie down.
I guess we could go
And
back
that's
to
how
the
Neil
house.
falls asleep outside the pub.
Or why wait? Just do it straight out of the pub. Yeah. Yeah.
Sarah does not want to be anywhere near the pub, so whether Ellen joins or not, and whether she spots Neil passed out in the road outside the pub or not, I think she is going to stagger her way back to Cantrip Farm.
Yeah, I think Margaret, no, what was her name? Mildred said about being able to give us something herbal if we had a headache. So now that Sue's revealed that she probably has some knowledge as well, I'm thinking she could help us. Yeah. Let's go back to the farm. I hope Mildred's home.
Okay. What I'll say just for convenience is whilst the two of you go without Neil is brought by some patrons who've seen that he's collapsed outside and carried off to Mildred. So he does come back. But when the two of you get to the farm, she is there. And yeah, she does look a bit alarmed. You're obviously showing that you're in some pain. Are you all right? Have you been drinking too much of that Mervyn cider?
I don't think this is the cider, honestly. I'm sorry, we really don't want to be trouble, and we thank you for your hospitality, and we thank the whole village for the honor of being does, but The stuff that the vicar gave us to drink really wasn't good. I don't
Oh,
think I don't think it's the cider at all.
oh dear. Okay. Well, never mind. There's always tomorrow. It's a new day. And she suggests that you maybe go and sleep it off, but she's happy to give you just something to help with any pain or just soothe the stomach a little bit. Some chamomile, that kind of thing, turmeric. But whether
Chamomile,
you take it or
turmeric.
not, she doesn't mind.
Um, and I'll sort of try and if I don't feel too poorly, investigate along the avenue that Sue opened for us. Saying we noticed that Wendy was a bit cross, perhaps, and that it's highly unusual for us to be chosen does. We really didn't mean to overstep the mark, and as outsiders, this feels a bit, you know, to these shoes might be a bit big for us. We don't want to take anything from the locals at all. That's never our intention.
Do you know anything about the selection process? Was this maybe an error?
It I honestly don't really know. It is very surprising that all three of you became does and were chosen, but I'm sure we can speak to people about it tomorrow, maybe if it's not what you want. But you really don't look good. Why don't I and she starts getting you some water and things like that and fussing around you a little bit. And at
Yeah,
that point, Neil is also brought in and she goes, "Oh God, what happened to him?" And
That might be the cider,
that
but
might
also
be
what's happening to
decided. Yeah.
us.
okay, go and sleep it off. I'll be fine by myself for a bit. I might need you to help me later if you're up to it, but don't worry. Like I said, tomorrow is a new day. We can sort things out then.
Thank you. And please, of course. Yes. I was super willing to be, just resting the rest of the evening.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got the dancing out of the way while we had the time.
Okay. Okay. So at some point, you do fall asleep, at least for, a couple of hours, you think. And by the time you wake up, it is dark, but it's not completely the end of the day. And you all feel pretty much shirked of any pain, any nausea, anything like that. You feel pretty good. And then you're hit by hunger as you realize you've not eaten for most of the day. And luckily, you do notice that there is some food, another stew that's been made. Um, but what I will say, especially because Alana was giving me puzzled, concerned looks earlier, um, the three of you can make me psychology rolls with a penalty die.
Oh,
Well,
Oh, okay. You could spend 9 points of luck if you want, Alan.
good. I could. I'm not going to take it home, am I? Right.
No.
Nine's not too much. This is fine.
Okay. So Mildred is once again fussing around a little bit, just making sure that you're okay. And it's really tricky to not to turn down this food. You are starving, and if you do eat it, it is very tasty. Again, she kind of leaves that up to you. But
need to.
Ellen, there's something just at the back of your mind that the way she was behaving when you first came in, and you mentioned that, oh, you weren't feeling good because of what you were given to drink. as if she was trying to misdirect you.
I whisper to the other two, fairy food.
I am
Well,
eating
look,
it.
I'm gonna have an early night if you're okay with that. Obviously, have as much of that as you want. If you wouldn't mind as well, please do the washing
No,
up, and the
we'll
chicken
wash up,
does
of
need fixing.
course.
Yes, we'll take care of it. Thank you so much. Terribly sorry for all the trouble earlier.
It's like I said, it's fine, but we'll get some nice and early tomorrow. We'll sort something out, and yeah, hope you have a good night's sleep. And she
Same to you.
makes
Thank
away,
you.
retiring,
Thanks,
and you are
guys.
left alone.
We need to follow her at 3 a.m.
Oh, it might be 3 a.m., not p.m. now, might it? I didn't think.
Was it in military time? All of our other itineraries have been.
It just said 3.
Says the American player who realizes this is probably much more normalized in Europe.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Sometimes people love to put both the PM and the 24 hours, which really irks me.
No, but that's a good point. 3 a.m. is traditionally the witching hour in some circles.
But it does say 03.00, so that would technically be European if you're reading it like that.
I have a really dreadful thought. Based on what Ellen just sort of conveyed to us. Should we scrape some of our leftovers into, I don't know, Tim's trough? See if he has any of the same troubles that we do?
Or she gets really tired.
Can I, now that we've been sort of left alone, can I just, we've been told we should do the washing up. I will proceed to start doing that, but in so doing, I want to kind of take a look around, mostly like the kitchen area, and see if the two kind of things I'm specifically looking for are what kind of like herbs and seasonings does she have on hand? And also, do I find anything that, like, you know, do I find any more like hagstones? Which I am going to say that the hagstone that I was handed, I have held on to and kind of subtly pocketed. Probably didn't really show it to anybody. I do have that with me.
Sure. Okay.
Oh,
you can absolutely look around.
I just had a thought. Yeah, I probably pride myself, you know, what with the good housewifing and all, on my laundry skills, and I'll ask Sarah for her blouse so I can try and wash out the spot and see if it comes out like blood, because I'm still sort of like not believing that it was blood. But if I see that it reacts, that, you know, to being washed out cold and whatever, I might actually might have to make another sanity roll, maybe.
Neil, what about you?
Tune-based sanity roll. What sort of time is it, Keeper?
It's now getting on to about 10:30 in the evening.
Well, I am going on a recce to the pub. I am not going to get drunk. I will only have a few pints.
Famous last words, but okay, you head on off. I will.
Sarah, Ellen, would either of you like to come with me?
I think we need to do a little bit of reconnoitering around here first, and then, depending on what we find, we may or may not come find you.
Right. I'll be back before midnight.
That's a very good idea. Maybe stick to the bitters if you're going to drink anything, and I say if, knowing that's when.
Yeah, stay away from the cider.
Okay. So, Neil, you saunter off for your, what is it, your third bender in 24 hours? And, oh, okay. Fair enough. I've not been keeping count, but I'll come back to you in a bit. But yes, then there were two, Sarah and Ellen. So, Ellen, yeah, you easily start washing out the blouse. But to your dismay, it does indeed only start running with cold water.
Oh no.
So yes, feel free to give me a sanity
I
roll.
expected this. I knew. I think ever since Sarah's been telling me, I realized. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's a
Okay,
hard
that's going to be
success.
1 point of sanity. 1 point of sanity. And Sarah, yeah, you're keen to look at the stock of herbs in particular as to really just how extensive it is and how much Mildred might know about things all witchy. So, yeah, you can give me an occult roll, or I don't know if you got science biology. I also accept that, or
I was going to
Herbalism.
propose a cult or natural world, but I will take a cult because that's
yep.
in my wheelhouse.
Either of those are actually fine. So, yeah, occult or natural world.
Oof.
Okay. What I will say is that you open up the first set of cupboards, and yeah, there's a lot there. It's very neatly organized. There's your rosemaries, there's your herbs for kind of soothing pain, for waking yourself up, chamomile, things like that to go to sleep, lavenders and so on. But as you start going back further, you're seeing more kind of maybe more complex ingredients for things. But the more you go back, the realize that if you go back too much, you're gonna possibly make noise. It's a stone floor. There's lots of small little jars of things. You're gonna knock something if you're not careful, and they're very packed, tightly packed together. Would you like to push the roll?
Probably, yeah.
I am
If you
very
make a noise,
persuasive.
we can always pretend we dropped a dish.
Roll 20 wise, do I need to do anything specific to push, or do I just need to re-roll?
Just roll it again.
Great.
So close.
Oh, okay. I will say, because you can fail forward, that you
Forward
managed to
directly into the
carefully-
stone floor.
No. You take some out, you put it neatly on the floor, etc., etc. Because you want to take a good look at the more complex ingredients. You start. It's quite dark now because you're getting to the back of the cupboard. You reach out and you grab this sort of larger jar, and as you start bringing it out into the light, you are sure that it looks like something almost animalistic in this jar, but it's very pink looking, and you kind of have to steady yourself when you're looking because it kind of horrifies you slightly, but also you've been crouched down for a while. You're starting to get a bit of cramp in your leg, and you can't help but fall. And this thing smashes on the floor. You realize it is some sort of fetus, possibly. I would like a sanity roll from the two of you, please.
No, that seems right. That seems about right. I was looking for like belladonna, hemlock, but fetus also works.
Yeah, this is fine. Hard success. I'm not sure where I took that
Yeah.
from.
It doesn't look like a human, so your brain just naturally detaches yourself a little bit from what it could be, but it's definitely something.
Does it look kind
Whether
of equine?
A little, yeah. Maybe a foal, maybe a doe, or fawn even, that kind of thing. But then you start hearing creaking from upstairs as the smash on the ground has obviously caused some noise, and you've got this wet, spongy, fleshy thing just on the floor. What do you do?
Ellen, leave. Go at the back.
Okay.
Just don't let her see that you were here. I'll tell her that you went to the pub with Neil.
I do that.
I just want to make sure that if trouble occurs, nobody else is around, because Sarah's high panic, high paranoia right now.
Okay.
I sneak out the back door.
Okay. You sneak out the back door. So Sarah, are you planning to kind of stay and stand your ground?
Would I run or would I act like I'm just cleaning it up because I was looking for something and grab it? What would Sarah do? Sarah is so conflict averse. All she does is panic and read books. I think maybe it's like grab a dish towel, throw it over like I am going to start cleaning it up, and then have the moment of like, wait, no, we just got to go find Neil, and I will follow Ellen out.
Fair enough. No problem. Um, I will allow the two of you to make me spot hidden rolls as you exit, but at a penalty.
Right.
Hmm.
No.
Okay. So you both failed, not fumbles though. What I'll say is that you definitely think that basically as you go back through the living room, there's a bookshelf just on your left. You're sure that a book is kind of sticking out a bit, as if it's been recently put back, and it looks quite old, but you can't quite tell what it says, like on the spine. You haven't got enough time. And yeah, as you exit out the back, you hear the sound of Mildred coming down the stairs, and you hear her go, "What? What? Oh, hmm. Do you do you watch her, or do you just keep going?"
I'll keep going, definitely.
I'll stay and spy.
Okay.
Split the party.
Okay, so Ellen, you keep going. You're stumbling down this very dark little garden to the front. Sarah, you watch and you see Mildred. She's got like a dress which has got like a little pinny around it, and she pulls out what you think is a poppet, and she looks at it sternly, and you think that her knuckles squeeze around it and go white. And all three of you in your respective locations, you suddenly get this horrendous pain from the depths of your stomach, which makes you stop in your tracks.
Oh,
Sarah, given your proximity, can I ask you for a con roll to see if you cry out in pain?
Sure, I haven't succeeded one of these yet. And I will continue not to do so.
Okay. You can't help but cry out. You are in severe pain. This is worse than the first time you had this bout of pain and nausea, and you struggle to stay upright. And you hear Mildred go, "Hello? Are you all right, Sarah? What are you doing outside?" "Have you fed the chickens?" And you can hear that slightly stern undertone in her voice.
Sorry, it was just I I'm such a klutz. I made a mess in the kitchen, was coming out to look for the dustbin or some better cleaning supplies to clean it up before you noticed. So sorry about that.
"Oh, no need to bother. I'll sort it out. But probably best if you get some rest."
Of course. Uh, should I go check on Tim the chickens first, though? Hadn't quite gotten to that. We were finishing up the dishes.
Don't worry, I'll do that.
I will do my best to sort of stagger back in. As I do, can I try to clock another look at that book?
You can. It's going to be a spot hidden roll. This time, not a penalty.
I'm just gonna try. I can pretend like I'm having a convulsion or something to kind of swing my head and get a look.
You see Mildred staring daggers at you as soon as you come back in.
Does she still have the poppet in her hand? Or what I think is the poppet in her hand?
Not in her hand currently. You think she's discarded it or pocketed it on her person, yes.
Great. She's glaring at me, and I will just give her my best mousy librarian apologetic eyes. Just be like, again, I'm terribly sorry. This is why I normally don't offer to do with physical labor. I've just been dreadful at it my whole life. Are you sure you don't want me to help clean up?
No, it's all good. I will sort it out. You go get some rest, Sarah.
Of course.
And Ellen, you're feeling this horrendous pain, although eventually it does subside and you're far enough away from the house that you can still make a getaway, but it does take you a bit to kind of stand back upright again. So are you still going to head to the pub? It sounds like Sarah's gone back inside.
Considering that it's all really close, can I swing by Sue's house and see if she's back conscious? Oh, back in conscience, at conscience, conscious. God damn it.
Sure. Let me just quickly check on Neil while you do that. So yeah, you're heading off to Spooky Sue's. Neil, you almost fall off your chair. This pain is so severe. And the patrons and the onlookers look quite worried about you. You've definitely not had enough to be drunk, and it doesn't feel like food poisoning so much anymore. The pain is too strong.
Lasts just a little bit. Or does it just keep going?
It carries on for about 10 agonizing minutes before it finally starts subsiding.
Did I have enough time to do any information gathering while I was here, specifically talking to Mervyn? Or
Yes, I will. So let's rewind the scene back a bit, or rather do it backwards. So yeah, he's happy to see you again, although again a little concerned given how much you're having, but hey ho, his job is to serve pints rather than to judge you or anything, so
I have a half.
Okay. No worries.
Because the thing is, Mervyn, I'm having just the time of my life, but I'm more than a little, confused. I'm a doe? What am I? What am I meant to be? How? You were on the committee. Like, how did this happen?
I'm afraid I'm just as confused as you are, really. In the nicest possible way, and no offense, but yes, okay, we're allowing a few outsiders to come and volunteer, but to be does, that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, man. Yeah, totally. Like, who do you think on the committee would have been, movie with this?
Practically no one. Or, actually, no, not quite. Maybe Mildred. You
She
know,
wasn't on the committee.
well, she hasn't been for a little bit. Um, okay. Basically, it was all this big drama, but she wanted to make this big festival. She wanted to organize a big festival, like a music festival, on her own land. And some of us were kind of umming and ahhing. We could sort of see some pros in that. It'll bring people to the area. She's offering to do on her own land, so we don't really have to worry about freeing up, too much space or anything. But Wendy in particular would not have it. She did not want, she called it newfangled music and festivities and things. I don't think she wanted a load of students getting pissed, basically, and then us having to clean up all the mess the day after. But I did say to your friends that Mildred and the Stows in general, they are a bit weird, and Mildred definitely has her temper, and things got heated, and eventually we all kind of got together without her and decided that she was not fit to be on the committee anymore. So maybe this is a statement or something. Maybe she changed the application so that new people could be does, and then she can give us the proverbial metaphorical middle finger.
Huh? Yeah. Well, sucks.
Yeah. I mean, there's still the rest of the festivals. Still the rest of the festival. There is the ceremony. I mean, hopefully you'll be able to at least turn up for that tomorrow. And it's really not as exciting as it sounds. It's we do more drinking, we do more dancing. There's some stag masks, and that's about it, really. And then, oh yeah, and then we go up to the chalk on the hill, and we say a few words, and that's about it.
I think this is probably the point where I get hit by the pain.
Yep, yep.
At which point in time, Niels put some things together and is bolting back out the door to try and find the other two.
Okay. So again, for convenience sake and because of the time, I'll say that you bump into Ellen as she's on her way to Sue's.
Awesome. You, yeah, are you
Give
all
her a big
right?
hug.
Oh gosh, you don't believe what we just found in Mildred's kitchen cabinet, like a baby deer or something. It was really gross.
Wow. Oh
Like
no, Ellen, it's okay. Are you okay?
oh,
Oh, Ellen,
just that
big hug. Slightly inappropriate hands.
all it's all stability right now. Yes, yes. Listen,
Wait,
I
where were
need
you
to.
going?
I was just gonna go see if Sue's woken up. I'd like to ask her if she knew what that meant, about the baby deer thing.
Okay, we need to find Sarah quite quickly. Like I was just talking to Mervyn, and he was totally right. It's Mildred.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Sarah's taking the brunt of that, I think, because she dropped the bottle with the thing, and I think Mildred woke up and about snuck out, and um. Oh gosh, I really wouldn't be surprised. She's so weird, Mildred is.
Yeah.
I mean, we're down by the green now, so right, we can just check if Sue's conscious, and if not, then we'll run right back. And I don't know, rescue Sarah
Yeah.
from Mildred.
Excellent.
Well, Sue's cottage is a bit further away. Um, when you get there, it's hard to tell if it's just a case of she's retired to bed, she's asleep, but there's no lights on or anything. But it's really odd. There's this strange feeling you get as you approach, almost like something's either missing or no, not missing. Something's been lost.
Oh. I feel bad because we left her, unconscious after the seance. So now I'm like, oh God, did she die? Maybe I need to feel her pulse. Did we leave the door open, or is there no way we can get in?
You try the door. It's closed, but it's unlocked.
Yeah, will I be able to just, sort of, I don't know, give it a shove with my shoulder or something?
She is indeed still on the table, sort of splayed like this.
Oh no. Oh no, she really does need a doctor. Look at the pushing. Oof. Right. We can't do anything for her now, can we? We've got to go look for Sarah.
I think we need to save who we can. This is getting serious. Yeah. All right. Come on. Neil has just figured out that this is getting serious. By the way, guys, he's starting to take this seriously. I just want you all to know.
Awesome.
Okay. And yeah, you rush back to the farm. And the lights are still on downstairs. And you head on in, and once again, you see that Mildred has been waiting for you to come home, sitting in her chair. This time she's awake and she's knitting. And she says, "Oh, there you are. Sarah's been in a really bad way, and you just disappeared. And I was meant to get an early night as well."
Well, we just been down to the pub for a quick pint after dinner. Yeah, well, we're having
Another
early
pint,
tonight,
okay.
aren't we? Yeah.
Right. We know everything.
Sorry, about what?
About the coven and the doors and the trick, the fake thing, and the 3 a.m. meeting and the dancing on the hills and the cider.
She looks confused and looks towards Ellen and says, "How much has he had really?"
Well, he started early, I think.
Can I see any
Okay.
evidence in the room of this little fetus dough thing that we're talking about?
Spot hidden roll, please.
That's what I want.
Ow.
69 versus 50. I cannot. Keeper, may
Okay.
I push this roll by rushing up towards Mildred?
Yes.
Well, that's what I wanted to hear.
Okay.
That is
Okay.
91 versus 50. Keeper, do what you need to do.
Yeah, okay. So again, fell forward. So when you stand up and you go more towards her, her chair is, I'll say, adjacent to the kitchen, and you can see there's no sign of any like remnants of any kind of fetus, but you can definitely see that the floor has been very recently scrubbed clean. It's it's been done very recently. But as you approach her and you're kind of advancing, she immediately puts one hand in her front pocket, and you stop as you almost keel over in agony, and you fall to the ground. "I think it's time that everyone just went to bed, and we can sort this out tomorrow."
Oh, are you okay, Neil? Oh gosh. Yeah. Is Sarah upstairs?
She's upstairs, she's asleep.
Right. Yeah. We're starting bright and early tomorrow for the service, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yes. There's a service, there's the ceremony. I know you're not feeling well, but at least stay for that. It should be fun.
Mm-hmm. Fun. Yeah. That's what we came for.
Exactly.
And I guess I sort of, climb the stairs sort of with an air of quiet defeat.
Mm-hmm. The pain does eventually stop, Neil. And
So is she able to just make one of us feel it? So did I not feel it?
Oh, you both felt it, definitely.
Okay.
But I think, yeah, I'll say that Neil felt it the most. So yeah, you're able to kind of go back up the stairs or the ladder. Neil, as you're just coming like round and trying to stand up, before you can, she kneels down and she just whispers in your ear, "Don't cross me. Just do what you came here to do. And then you can leave."
As Neil climbs up into the attic, he clambers into the bed beside Ellen.
What was that? What the hell?
Wait, I don't know. Is Sarah here?
Sarah is here. Yeah.
Did I wake up when everybody got hit with the pain?
Actually, that's a good point. I'll say that, yeah, you did. It's a lot milder, but it is enough to wake you up and you're stirring and you're coming round.
I'm going to lead over because the two of them, it sounds like, are in one bed now. So if I hear my name, I will lean over and just very quietly whisper, she's the one doing it, whatever it is. And I think our best shot is to deal with this all in the morning. Can I have your shoelaces?
Oh, sure. We went by Sue's house and she's still unconscious, lying over the table.
Oh dear. Sarah's going to take a shoelace from each of them and from one of her own shoes, so she's got all three. Twist them together, or like kind of quickly braid them together, and into that she's going to braid the hagstone. She's going to run the whole of the hagstone through those.
Brilliant. Okay.
Nice.
And she's going to tie it around her neck and drop it down under her shirt.
Lovely. Okay. All right.
Fall asleep.
And
should we try and catch her at 3 a.m. or is that too
Neil
dangerous?
would like to if he can.
okay. Well, what I'll say is that you managed to get some sleep. But given what's happened, it's not as sound as you'd like. You don't hear Mildred leave the house, but what you do hear is a bit of a happy cry of delight from outside the house.
Oh.
As you hear, "Lamb chop!" And then from Mildred, and then another female voice says, "Cabbage!" Oh, shh. Yes, they're asleep. Okay.
I presume our bedroom window doesn't face that way.
No, it doesn't. But given the way sound travels, you can definitely hear it from upstairs where you are.
Would we? Oh, I mean, especially Sarah, who's done a lot of talking. Would she recognize the voice?
I'm gonna say no.
Hmm.
Well, never mind. I was to say, I have a thought on a thing that I want to try, but I think I'm not going to try it in this instance because it's too risky. I'm going to wait until I've got a better setup for it.
Okay. So it's still dark, but it is coming into the first stage of twilight. So there is a tiny slither of light available should you wish to stumble outside and follow them. So is that still the plan?
Yes.
Aside from Neil, is that still the plan?
I'd like to. If I don't have to go alone, I will.
Okay, if we're following, then I will go with.
Okay. And you follow two women, one of them Mildred, of course. The other woman is younger, and she has, it's difficult to tell exactly what color in this low level of light, but her hair you think is dyed quite a bright color. But interestingly, they are both holding hands.
Wow.
But anyway, they head out to where you think is this meeting place that you found on that note, Ellen. And there is some sort of gathering of a few other women there. You don't recognize them all per se, but Sarah, even in the low light, you do recognize a couple of faces as just people that you bumped into during the dance or, have just passed your time on the stalls, that kind of thing. And they all appear to be, once they arrive, they all appear to be discussing something. And it's quite a heated but whispered conversation. So give me listen rolls, please. Ah,
Oh,
99 versus 25. That is a fumble keeper.
it is indeed, yes. Okay, I'll deal with your fumble in a second. Especially Ellen. But all of you you definitely see an argument ensuing. But specifically between Mildred and the rest of them. And even this woman who was holding hands with her seems to be disagreeing with her on something. You don't hear much of the conversation, but you hear that, the others are agreeing with each other. And you do hear this woman who seems to like Mildred very much say, "I'm sorry, Mildred, this has gone too far." But then she storms off in Neil's direction, not realizing that Neil is just hiding quite awkwardly out of reach. And you see this woman lock eyes with you. And you have a second to react before she says something or moves towards you. What do you do, Neil?
Give her a winning smile.
Do you know what? Because I'm nice, give me a charm roll.
Neil's frozen is what he does when he freezes. 64 versus 65. That is a success keeper.
Okay. 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 So she looks at you, very confused, and jumps, but not verbally, so more just kind of flinches back a little bit that you're there. But she looks back at Mildred and looks at you again. And Mildred can see that she's stopped and just points at you, but then kind of gets confused and just keeps storming off. Mildred stays. And you can see that there's been a little fire burning, and she kicks the fire angrily, and it extinguishes, and she throws what you think was that fetus into the embers.
Can I? I'm still hidden enough, right? I'm still with Ellen.
Yeah.
We're gonna lean into the vibes. I want to pull out my hagstone and I want to slide it off the core and I want to look through the hole at the group. Because sometimes if you look through the eye of a hagstone, you can see fairy or other worldly things that are happening.
You can. To clarify, because sorry, I didn't mention this, the rest of this group, apart from Mildred, have also dispersed. So you'd only be looking at Mildred at this point.
That's fine. I'm kind of mostly looking, especially if I think she threw that fetus in, I'm kind of looking at the fire.
Yeah.
As much as anything.
Cool.
This is just a really quick, like, do I
There
notice
is-
anything?
You do. There is definitely this dark, almost dark flames licking around her spirit, her aura, as if she is harnessing something that she shouldn't be.
Cool. Hate that. I'm gonna put the hagstone back around my neck and I'm gonna stay hidden until it seems clear to move again.
Okay. It takes a little bit because Mildred is sort of ruminating in her anger. But after
So
a while,
kicked out the fire, right?
Yeah.
Mostly, anyway.
yeah.
It's the middle of the night and she's all by herself. I feel an urge to violence on her, but it's probably not quite the time to push the witch into the oven quite yet if she's, if the fire's not that
It's been
that high
extinguished.
anymore.
There's
Yeah.
like ash on the flames now. You can smell a little bit of the fetus, but it's not really burning.
Damn it.
She does eventually stomp off. Back towards the house. What do you do?
Well, she's managed to upset even the intimate crafting circle, so they didn't do any intimate crafting, and there wasn't tea and cake either. That alone was a lie.
The cake was a lie.
I want to go to the fire and have a look at the things you just burned.
Okay. It is this fetus you think that the others were talking about. It's covered in a thick mucus. Its face isn't formed fully either. It's too early. It's pink, it's bald, very delicate, see-through skin. Could I have a sanity roll, please, Neil?
Horse keeper. Fail.
That's another point of sanity loss for you.
Nice. But it's still burning.
It's not burning anymore, no. It burned a little bit when she initially tossed it on, but there's too much mucus and the ashes have extinguished too much of the flame.
And this is the thing that I think she was touching in order to give me horrible cramps. That's my understanding.
You don't... I mean, you assume it is, but you don't know. You never saw it.
Can I try and gather it up in my waistcoat? Take off my waistcoat. A little bit of like hair spills out
Really
from my
want
shirt.
to?
Oh, if Sarah sees you starting to scoop it up, she will at this point pop out and be like, don't touch. Stop eating things. Stop touching things. Stop. These people are not just what they appear. They are doing rituals. They are doing, dare I say, magic. And we should probably not interfere with any more of it than we already have. Because they don't all seem to be doing it with good intent, or at least their intentions are not going to inherently align with ours, which may cause us harm.
Well, yeah, but this is the thing that was causing us pain. So I thought if we had it, then they couldn't do that anymore.
No. It's not that. I don't think.
Oh.
I don't think it's that anyway.
Well, then we should follow her.
Back to the house, where she's going to find that we're no longer in bed.
Or we could run away across the hills.
I'm not leaving while she's still got part of me in her pocket. As long as she's got that, she can do things to us.
We should follow her home?
I don't know what to do when she uses that thing on us. That's debilitating. We should somehow surprise her, but I don't know.
That's all. Maybe we should all just go back to bed.
Maybe. Above two minds. I'm not sure if we need to attend tomorrow's festivities and see if that sort of closes the circle, if you will, or if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing for us.
Well, we could also run after one of the others and ask them.
They were
The girl that was holding hands with her seemed nice. Cabbage?
Sure, she did say that, didn't she? Maybe she's French.
You know, I was really hoping that we were all wrong and that maybe this was actually just some sort of kind of slightly radical women's group that likes to get together in the middle of the night and do the sorts of things that you don't want men around for. And that's not true, but there's clearly something else going on here.
Lesbian witches.
I think that's mildly redundant a good percentage of the time from my reading, but yes, possibly.
I just lost all power. I might disappear.
Cool.
Oh no.
No,
Wasn't me.
That's weird.
How exciting.
Just the light.
Everything's fine. Okay, we're back.
So, plan.
Is there any way to run after Cabbage? Did we see where she went off to?
Well, Cabbage is Mildred. The other person is Lamb Chop.
Lamb Chop.
Lamb chop.
You do
Easy
remember
mistake to
seeing
make.
a butcher's in the village.
That's right.
I don't know that we're going to be able to solve this at 3:45 in the morning.
To bed
We're
it is.
going to stumble into someone who then we clearly have to confess that we were spying on their lesbian coven meeting or whatever this was, and that's going to cause more problems. Or, I don't know anymore.
I mean, we sort of passed by the butcher's on the way home, I think. Sort of really just kiddie corner. Could try. Just very softly call Lamb Chop outside her window if she's still awake.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. What could possibly go wrong there? I will allow that.
Woohoo! I
it is
stand
indeed in the
myself
centre of the village.
outside the butcher's shop and very softly call Lamb Chop.
I'm
Lamb
going to
chop?
hide. I'm going to hide.
Neil, what would you like to do?
I am standing beside Ellen holding her hand as she does this.
Wasn't sure if you had like holding up a boom box or something. Okay.
Playing the
If I
accordion.
had a bin box.
Serenading Lamb Chop underneath her window, as one does.
Okay. I would like a charm roll from you.
Yes! I was going for that. Oh, I spent 9 luck on this. Because I'm
Okay.
totally not going to need that luck anytime later. Because nothing dangerous is going to come up.
Okay. A light comes on the top floor that appears to be like a little flat thing. and a window opens. And this woman, you can see now, she's got this bright, almost pink hair, very artificially dyed, looking down at you. And you can't quite see her face because the light's behind, so it's casting like a, silhouette. But you can hear in her voice that she's scared because she's clocked on that you're not Mildred. Who are you? What do you want?
Hi, I'm one of the does.
Just want to talk.
Oh,
we saw
okay.
you
Okay, hang on,
fight
hang on.
with Mildred.
She quickly gets downstairs and opens up the butcher's and ushers you in.
I'll try and make sure that Sarah also comes if she didn't want to.
I'll come in.
She introduces herself rather hastily as Jean Durbin. She's in her mid-30s, and yeah, she's got this red, almost pink hair.
Oh, I like her.
So you're these volunteers that she's got in. And as she starts turning the lights on, you kind of go more out back, so you're not properly in the shop front kind of thing. But you notice that she has a bruise on her cheek that's maybe a few days old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for agreeing to talk, and I hope this isn't all too weird, but we just noticed that Mildred seems to be really mad at us, and we don't know what we've done, and now we saw you fight, and I was wondering if you knew why she was so cross.
Oh, yes, I know. I know why she's cross, and I know that she's going to take it out on me again tomorrow. Because she always does. But
honey, no. I try and charm her a bit more. Nobody should be doing that kind of thing to you. No, it's not right.
I know, but she is a lovely woman when she's in a good mood.
I haven't seen that happen yet.
Well, I know. I imagine you haven't. Especially, I've heard that you've been, going down the pub a lot, and I suppose there is always going to be risk with a ritual such as this.
What ritual exactly is it? Because I feel like we could be of more help if we knew what was going on. If you're trying to successfully accomplish something, let us assist.
Oh, we aren't. We don't want what she's doing. If you saw us arguing, I don't know if you heard. She was telling us about what she was planning to do tomorrow during the ceremony. She wants to get back at the council. She's so angry with them over turning down her offer of hosting this music festival.
So she's trying
and I get why.
Corrupt the ritual into something else for her own.
Yes. She wants to teach them a lesson. She wants to make all their flowers die, make the apples rot, things like that. And she was trying to make out that it wouldn't harm anybody. Yeah, fine, but we do not do that. We don't get behind any widespread destruction like this, no matter how small she may think it is. Our circle has always been a light, celebrating nature.
What does that have to do with us then? Wouldn't it hurt her cause more to have the ritual go wrong when outsiders are involved, if her entire point was to open things up?
Well, she picked outsiders because if she wanted to use locals as conduits, it would be too suspicious, probably. It makes sense to get 3 people in who know nothing about us or our traditions and just get you to go along with things and be sorry, but stupid enough to think that it was just normal.
How can we stop her? We don't want stuff to go wrong. Not for us, but certainly not for you either.
Well, no, I know. I don't know if she'll go through with it or not. I'm hoping not. But also, she can be stubborn and determined, but I don't know what she's planning. None of us really do.
Well, if we knew what the ritual was supposed to go like, can we make sure it succeeds?
Well, that would be very sensible. But we didn't get a chance to try and probe her on what exactly it entails.
Oh, it's
You
not
saw what
something that
happened.
you do every year?
Well, we do the dough ceremony, and it's it is I suppose a bit strange to outsiders, but there's no witchcraft or magic involved in it. It's almost like a harvest service in a church, but it's on a hill, and we say a few words, and everyone's there and gathered, and it feels good, and that's it. I definitely think that it affirms the faith in what the stag represents for us. But that's it.
This doesn't add up. I mean, if it were only Mildred trying to spoil the ritual, why did the vicar give us blood?
Now I'm starting to wonder if he didn't. If
Do you
Mildred's
think
been
Mildred
manipulating
swapped
us
it
all
or
along,
something?
then maybe she caused it to change a curdle, or she switched it for something else, or
Oh, yes, it's possible she could have switched it out for something.
I don't. Did any either of you see her at the festival at all?
She was there
Well,
briefly, but she was really trying to avoid Wendy more than anything.
Mm.
I tried to talk to her, but she didn't really want to talk about it, so I just let her be.
Which means that no one was really around her, which means she could have had any opportunity to go and swap the envelope for who got summoned as the does, to change out the ritual liquor.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have just all been her doing.
I'm not saying that we should let our guard down entirely, but I am saying that it seems to all be pointing more directly towards one bad apple ruining the batch.
we should get out of here.
Well, she's just going to squeeze the poppet if she finds us missing, right?
Does your
Yeah.
circle, Jean, use grimoires?
Um, uh, yes and no. We did for a time, not me personally or any of the younger members, but way back when, yes, there was a grimoire, the Book of Shadows, which Mildred's mother held.
I'll bet
I
if we could find
I
the
don't.
book, we could figure out what ritual she's trying to perform.
Yes, yes. I don't know where it is. I imagine she keeps it in a house somewhere.
I think I know where it is. I just don't know if we can get to it. Especially if she's on to us, being on to her.
Now I'm wondering if Wendy will be able to help at all. She's certainly sympathetic to, not exactly our cause, but to having everything run as smoothly as possible for the village. She would do anything to save the ritual, I'm sure. I mean, the proper ritual.
You want to ask Wendy?
Well, at least alert her to the fact that Mildred's about to do something wrong.
What I
Uh,
think
Good.
is that we should. It's getting really late, so we should head back to Mildred and try and steal that book.
Right. So we should, because Sarah can read the ritual and figure it out.
I weirdly
And then
have
I
one
can-
additional skill, which is Latin, so I'm just checking.
And then I can hit Mildred over the head, and then we can steal the puppet, and we'll be fine.
Jean, are Wendy's Girl Guides also part of a... Pardon me if this is an insensitive term, a coven? Or are they literally just Girl Guides?
They're far too young. Yes, they're girl guides.
No, I
She's
just wanted to
very-
check. Just trying to
She's
get the
very
lay of the land
protective
here.
over them. Wendy is very stern to anybody. It doesn't matter who you are, but also, she doesn't have a temper.
Right, okay, I think we've got to go steal a book and beat up your
Okay.
girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend, I hope, after this?
I don't know.
That's fine, we don't have
I
to put
don't
labels
know.
on it.
I just want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this has happened to you, and
Thank you for your help.
Yeah,
Hopefully-
don't be sorry at all. This was great. We might yet be able to save the day. The ritual's going to be wonderful tomorrow.
I hope you're being genuine about that.
Well, if we can figure out how to, then this is going to be a success yet. The folklore society wouldn't have it any other way.
Yes, I generally wouldn't dream of interfering with anyone else's cultural practices. I'm primarily an observer, but I think in this instance I'm going to make an exception.
You've been chosen.
Sure. Just do what you have to do.
Thanks, Jean.
And she shows you out before heading upstairs. And you're a little bit further down the road where you can't help but hear a very faint, muffled, quite melancholic tune. And you see this silhouette of her playing the violin to herself. But time is going to pass. Because again, time. To the morning. Because, and I'll tell you for why, when you got to the house intent on getting this book, Mildred had conveniently retrieved it and hidden it away.
That tracks.
It is now morning. You wake up once again alone in the house. Mildred has left early.
Damn it.
I'm going to encourage everyone that we go ahead and just get dressed. Maybe don't eat anything in the house, but get dressed and prepare to go down to the church. That's our first stop of the day. But I would like to maybe just do a sweep of the house, again, looking through the hagstone to see if I spot any, if it's the giveaway, there's a burst of weird necrotic energy over here. That's where the book is hidden, or just anything.
Oh, it's that really detailed drawing of the book, and the rest of them are all kind of vague, like in Scooby-Doo sort of thing.
It's the psych maneuver where the clue lights up. Yeah.
Okay.
I get ready very much the same way I got ready yesterday.
Okay. So, you have a look around. There's definitely just remnants again of this strange darkness that's sort of swirling around a little bit, but it's quite general. There's no sign of the poppets. You definitely think that she's taken them with her. And as for the book, you also can't find that either.
I will convey to Neil if he's still in vicinity, but at least to Ellen as we leave. I'll say I think
Hopping and putting a shoe on.
whatever she's planning. Don't wear those shoes. I took the shoelaces off of those. Wear the other ones. Whatever she's planning, I think she's got her puppets and her book and probably other things with her. So we're going to have to be ready for that. This is very out of my wheelhouse. I talk with a great deal of confidence because being a nerd is the only thing I'm good at, but I've never actually done magic before, so I don't really know how this works. I've observed a lot of rituals, and I've made up a lot of them in fiction, and I don't think that...
What do you write?
Just stories.
Yeah?
Sounds lovely. You should.
Anything I might have read?
You probably not. I don't, not really the sort of things you've been reading at the university.
I'm
Unless
just a
you've
huge
switched.
Prince and Mill fan now. It's just...
Oh, fascinating. You'll have to send me some recommendations sometime. Sarah walks away before she hyperventilates.
Right. We should make sure that we don't do anything that she wants us to do, so that we don't, do her ritual for her.
Okay. Well, we should go to the church.
Yes, and sit right next to Wendy and only do what she says.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I'm in.
All
Okay.
right.
So, for the next few hours, things proceed pretty normally. The service in the church is very normal, traditional. Nothing strange or weird happens. There's no drinking of strange concoctions or fetuses or anything remotely like that. Even the decorations around the altar of food is all plastic.
Has Susan shown up?
No, she hasn't. But you're not sure if that's just because it's not really her thing or if she's still injured. You don't know. But you definitely feel that Wendy is warming up to you a little bit, especially that you're kind of doing everything that she's telling you, if and when. And you feel this almost like motherly love now from her, just a little bit, at least since finding out about Mildred and how unhinged she is. She does not turn up until about halfway through. I'll say that you see her kind of slip in just at the back and show face. But I'm going to move time along a bit now to the actual ceremony. So, the walk begins up the hill and in this rather elaborate village parade. It starts at the Cross Key pub. There's singing, dancing, Morris dancing again as well. More drinking as well. Whether you drink or not, again, is up to you.
Okay.
There is also a large float that's pulled by Tiffany on a tractor. It's adorned with flowers, and there are 3 chairs that are on top of this float. But also you notice that, very Wicker Man style, all the villagers are now in masks. Animal masks, or Punch and Judy like exaggerated faces. But you think that the animal masks they're not fresh, but they are made of feathers, fur, things like that, like real feathers and fur. You are asked to sit up on these thrones on the float, and you are also given a doe pelt each to wear. It is quite fresh, though. It's been fashioned into three tabards. And you also get these deer masks placed over your heads rather than just on your faces. These are full deer heads, almost. You hope, maybe you pray even, that they are not real. But you certainly feel how close and claustrophobic this is. But it feels warm. And you can smell a layer of fat that's still on them. And you notice, because you can't really see out of them, you look up to, hopefully there's some eye sockets, but the eyes are still intact in these heads. I would like sanity rolls, please. If you fail, it's 1 point of sanity. Oh, you all failed. 1 point of sanity. So this ride is rather horrible. It's bumpy. You've got this giant head kind of over your face, and breathing is difficult. But you then feel the gradient increase as you advance up this hill. And then eventually you stop and you are escorted or helped off because, again, you can barely see anything. And the thrones are removed from the floats. You feel like you're sitting down in them again, but on the hill this time. And there's music playing, and that goes on for a little bit. And eventually it stops. You then hear an actual chant from 4 different people. But again, more kind of like you get in a Christian service, but obviously it's to do with this stag. And you hear the sound as well as they talk of something liquid being dropped or poured into something. And you hear one voice, which is the police officer, say, "This cider I offer that the stag may grant us good health." And then you hear Wendy Withering saying, "This cider I offer that the stag may grant us abundance." And then you hear the Reverend Verdant say, "This cider I offer that the stag may grant us good weather." And there's a little bit of a chuckle. And then you hear Mildred say, "This cider I offer that the stag may grant us protection." And even with your heads covered, you can hear the slyness in her voice. And then there's some more ceremony going on. You hear Mervyn announce all of a sudden, "The does have been captured." And then you feel hands on your wrists as they kind of get you to stand up, and they move you onto the chalk stag. But then something kind of interrupts proceedings, and you hear Mildred approach. Let's go for Ellen first. And she takes your hand and says, "And the rider shall be anointed with their blood." And you feel something sharp go into your hand as she cuts your hand with a knife or a blade or something. And you hear, again, the blood gushing into something like a receptacle. And then she goes to Neil. Neil, you can hear this coming, so you can give me a dodge or fighting brawl roll to avoid being cut.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fight. Success. I'm happy to
Okay.
spend down to hard success if necessary.
No, that's all you need. Okay.
A head butter in the face like a stag.
Okay, fantastic. Give me a fighting brawl roll.
Another one.
Another one, yes.
Fail,
Okay.
but I can spend 6 luck to make it a success.
Okay, no worries. Let me roll for Mildred. How do you do this again on here? No. Okay, yeah, you don't need to. She fails. Let me just put that out actually because I can't see it. Okay, so you headbutt it. I'll say give me 1d6 damage because you have the antlers. By the way, Alan, you take 1d4
2
damage for your hand.
Mhm.
Okay. You headbutt her. She takes 2 points of damage, which isn't a lot, but it's certainly enough and a surprise that she steps back. And once again, under your masks, you hear the sound of liquid falling. But also you hear the receptacle dropping. It seems to drop onto the chalk stag. And then you feel tremors beneath your feet and a very low, rasping, almost animalistic, but also not. And you smell this horrible smell of decomposition, far worse than that stuff you drank the day before, as if something has been decomposing in front of you. And you hear the sound of the earth turning and unraveling as something seems to rise up quite big. Ooh, to the point I've made things fall over near me. And you have to kind of step back out of the way. Can the three of you give me dodge rolls, please? But with a penalty because of your big heads on.
Fail.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Oh, that's a shame. Imagine if it was a bonus die.
Just imagine, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Give me a
oh,
second.
I could spend 18 luck, I suppose.
Would you like to?
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea.
Is there any way we
Uh,
can drag along Sarah?
Let's see. Yes. Well, Sarah, would you like to spend any luck? It's 20, it's a lot.
If I had more, but I'm torn on whether it is more important for me to dodge out of this way or if it is more important for me to hang on to that luck for later weird stuff I might try to do. You know what? Again, drive it like you stole it. I will spend 20 luck to make this dodge.
Okay.
Let's live spicy.
Neil, how about you?
It's so much luck. I'm going to take this
Okay.
hit.
No worries. Okay, I need to remember how to actually do damage in this. Okay. Okay, so Neil, you are able to get out of the way as whatever it is,
Dead.
this entity, this apparition rises up, and you feel it just brush you, not intentionally touch you, but you are too close to it. And you feel a mixture of pelt that's sort of shedding, rotting off, bits of flesh, and so on. And you start fusing. First your chest, because that was where it touched you, and it expands out around your torso, and you're beginning to rot as you infuse with this creature. And yeah, you take 10 points damage, which you say is death, so presumably that's your entire hit points, right?
All of my hit points. Technically, I
Okay.
could make a hard con roll, I think, to survive, but I think it's going to be better if I die.
It's going to be more fun this way, I think. So
Thanks, Jamie.
you feel your body contort as you rot away, and you are lifted up with this creature, which you assume is the stag from this chalk, but you can hear the gasps around you. I suppose at this point, the two of you, you can pull your headdress off if you wish, and you see Neil is becoming this almost skeletal form as he becomes the rider on this ghostly, deathly, undead stag. Could I have sanity rolls from the two of you, please?
Again, extremely fine with this, apparently.
Well, it's still going to be a d6 for the two of you.
Oh,
Oh, that was very lucky,
Oh, that
Sarah.
tracks.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus.
Okay.
where's
Ellen,
where's
however-
my floor actually? If I started on 35 and now I'm at 22, that probably isn't great.
Ooh, no. You are
passed
way
your
beyond
floor, you
your
only had
cliff.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah, should have
Okay.
had it like a 28 or something, right? Yeah.
All right. I'm going to bring this to a close in about 10 minutes, but I'm also bursting for the bathroom. So let me go to the bathroom and think about your bout of madness. Take a minute, Mortis.
I think I would like to end up being the rider. That's how I see this. Like, like there's the stag and there's the rider they found.
Mhm.
My skeleton is going to be like on this stag. That's how I see my final fate.
I want to. My only plan is to try to pull some folklore BS based on my actual real world folklore knowledge. I don't necessarily think it's gonna work, but I think this is Sarah's version of going down fighting because I have literally no physical skills. Like if I have to physically avoid this thing or fight it, I am gone. So I'm gonna try to use my mind powers.
You can probably trick it with a riddle.
I'm hoping that I can like call on my knowledge of fairy to like counter it with the wild hunt or something.
I just want to, like,
It is the wild
especially now that I'm insane, I just want to strangle Mildred.
Ooh, that's fun. Go down with a little sweet murder.
Yeah, she had it coming.
You had it coming. She had it. Sorry.
Ooh, actually,
Singing Chicago songs.
ooh, I have a secondary thought then. It's not going to end well for
More
any of
thoughts.
us, but it still fits within the rules of hospitality. Rules of hospitality. Okay, I'm looking for loopholes. Don't mind me.
Yeah, don't worry.
I
Sorry
think
about
you should challenge it to a game of chess. That works.
that.
Oh, I think I've got much funnier ways to try to trick this thing if that's the direction I go. Yeah, and don't know
Okay.
if I'll succeed, but
I was to ask
So-
the other stag.
Well, to confirm, Neil, yes, 100% you are the rider on the stag. You have fused with the stag, this undead apparition, you have become its rider. So you are essentially the avatar of
That's
Doctor
all I
Destruction.
wanted. That's all I wanted. Thank you, Jayson.
No worries. Ellen, for your bout of madness, I think, I can't think of a name for it specifically at the top of my head because it's just something I've made up. I suppose like insight or something like that. You have learned a lot from conversing with Spooky Sue. You have seen what she can do. She has read your fortune and your future through tarot. And you remember what she said about something holding you back. And you're also, like you said, really mad at Mildred. And from what she's done to Jean as well, and what the Coven are supposed to stand for, you definitely think that the Coven needs rekindling and needs someone else to lead it?
I mean, I'm ready to step up.
So that is your bout of madness. You think that you are a powerful witch.
Yep. Also, I need to smite Mildred.
You do, yes. So I am going to, just to kind of speed things up, go into initiative. So I realized how to do this the other day, in that you can actually just add your dex to your turn tracker by going into your character sheet, and if you go to the combat tab, you'll see dexterity to turn tracker, and if you just click it, then it will pop it on there, and hopefully it's worked. Yes, it has. Fantastic. Okay, so that's fine, but you probably can't see that. Ta-da.
There it is.
Okay, and I will add you separately, Mr. Stag and Rider. So there we go. Okay. So Ellen, you actually do have higher initiative or higher dex than Mildred. So yeah, go for it. What would you like to do?
I say, look what you've done, you mad woman. You're not fit to be part of this coven anymore. I will take your place, and launch myself at her.
Okay. Give me a fighting brawl roll.
Hell yes. Oh! Can I spend 14 luck on this?
You certainly can. That's what it's for. Okay.
Yep.
However, let's just see if she fumbles, just in case, for lols. Oh, well, she fails. She didn't fumble. So yes, you would need to, you would still need to spend luck to actually hit her.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Roll your damage as you sock it to her.
How much damage can I do with the roll?
It depends if you're using the headdress or not, I suppose. I will allow you to if you want.
Sure. Yeah, this is the way for her to go.
Okay.
She wanted the stag, she gets the stag.
That will be a d6 plus any damage bonus, which I believe
Oh!
you have.
I cannot read this sheet.
Let's see. Combat.
Is this in the combat section? Ah, okay.
You do, yeah, 1d4 damage bonus.
Hell yeah.
Either way, you're going to do quite a bit of damage to her. Okay,
That's a 7 for her.
She's got quite a lot of hit points for a classic NPC. However, 7 is enough to do a major wound. So let's see if she stays conscious. She doesn't. Okay. She's not dying yet, but you absolutely knock her out with that amount of pain. So yeah, describe to us how you do it.
I've actually taken off the deer head because I needed to see, but I hold it in my hands and I whack her with it. And as I connect, I'm like, that's for the filth you made us drink.
Excellent. You as you do it, you think that a tooth flies out as well as she tumbles to the floor. Okay, all right. Well, I'll take her off the turn tracker then. Okay, Sarah, what would you like to do?
Oh, actually, that might change things. If Mildred is unconscious, I want to. What is she wearing? Is everyone in like robes and stuff? Is this like classic? We are dressed up for the festival mode.
Um, she actually it technically doesn't say as
Or is
far
she
as I
just
read.
in her dress
I
Animal
kind of
outfit?
preferred it in
right?
fairly normal clothes, apart from she was wearing a mask earlier of like animals, but she's taken that off. So yeah, she's in normal
Uh,
clothes.
rather than my initial premise, which was to start screaming a lot of mythological stuff and seeing if I can summon help, I am instead going to go diving for Mildred's unconscious body, and I'm gonna see if I can grab the poppet in the book.
Okay, excellent. Brilliant. You do so. No one really stops you per se, but what I would like you to do is make me a dex roll to see if you manage it before the stag and rider gets to you.
God. Bye, y'all. Yeah, it's a 95 on a 20. I literally
Okay.
have no physical skills. I cannot do anything physical.
You, alas, don't. Okay, then. So, oh dear stag and rider of death and destruction, what would you like to destruct first?
The church.
The church.
Yeah.
Very
It is
metal.
an,
I love
it is an offense to my sensibilities, and that these newfangled traditions offend me, and I will destroy everything about them.
Brilliant. To clarify, no specific person stands out to you. They are, in your eyes, they're the same in that they
Except
are
beneath me.
either a problem or they're inconvenient or you don't care. It doesn't really matter. It's up to you. So yes, the church. In that case, Sarah, can you give me a luck roll, please? Are you still in the path of the stag and rider?
Looks like I might be. It's a 26 on an 18.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, oh.
So, you suddenly hear this galloping of hooves towards you as this rotting monstrosity that Neil has become tramples across you.
Okay.
And feel free to do the honors, Hedge. If you want to roll damage, that is going to be a 1d10.
Is there any way I can try and help and snatch her out of the way or something?
She's very lucky. I'm
She is very
uninterested in
lucky.
this puny human, and she has only been injured. 2 damage.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And luckily, because there is already a rider, there isn't going to be that necrotic effect. So you are absolutely dazed, but extremely lucky to only get 2 damage. So you get a bit battered and bruised, and Ellen, yeah, you can easily run towards her and help. But by that point, the stag has already made its way down the hill and is hurtling its way towards the church. And you spend no hesitation, or take no hesitation in absolutely destroying it and razing it to the ground. And
Now,
the villagers look on in horror.
my next target is the puny human who thought to control me.
Excellent. That I will allow. So you either gallop or saunter mysteriously and scarily back up the hill. And you see Ellen has Ellen, you still feel the way you do. You're still in your bout of madness. But you do have agency, obviously. You see the stag approaching again.
As it was taking a moment to destroy the church, were we able to grab the staff off Mildred?
Yes, that's a very good point. Sorry. Yes, you are absolutely fine to do that. So she did have her book on her. She had another of these doe fetuses, but in a bag this time, so it was just all squishy and disgusting. And of course, she had the puppets.
But I make sure Sarah has that because, she wanted the book all along, and I need her to destroy the puppet because how dare that lady hurt us with that. Um, but I think as soon as that's taken care of, I don't want to read the book. And Sarah knows how to destroy that thing. I think I want to keep smacking Mildred. So now I'm probably going to get trampled next because I'm going to be in the stag's way.
Okay. I was going to say, yeah, you keep on slapping this unconscious Mildred until she's getting kind of, and it's bleeding under the skin almost, sort of.
Now
But
you know
yes,
how
you
Jean
hear-
felt, bitch.
You hear more gasps from people, and Jean is looking a little awkward about it, but she does put her hand up to that bruise. But you hear the stag come up behind you, and it snorts.
Am I able to find, quickly rifling through this book, am I able to quickly find anything that looks like it would be the spell that controls this or the ritual that needs to be completed?
Give me
Library
spot
use?
hidden roll. Library use is more kind of longer periods of time, so
It was
spot
worth a
hidden roll.
shot. Spot hidden?
Spot hidden.
Super failure. I can't do anything.
You could push the roll.
I should have come with my second idea, which probably would have been the same skill. I'll push it. I will. Nope. Can't do it.
Okay. I'll say for pushing, you need time to look at this. You stand up in front of this stag and you try and move to the side. But what I will say is that the stag, you see this as a confrontation. This human is in your way.
Can I propose a final scene, Keeper?
Absolutely.
My foot comes smashing down on Sarah, just crushing her in place, before it hooks up and throws Ellen onto its back beside the rider and gallops off up onto the chalk.
With my dying breath, as I realize this hasn't worked, I'm going to take the poppet in my hand, clench around it, and I am going to whisper into the dirt, "The alder and the aspen, the oak and the holly, stand once again against the rider. Let the cider and the apples restore the earth," summoning my vague memories of the Mabinogion and the Battle of the Trees. Before I presumably just bleed out.
I would like a power roll from you.
I'm actually good at that. We'll see if it holds.
I know you are.
But that's a 44 and a 75.
Okay. So you crush the puppets, your knuckles go white. And yeah, you feel blood and viscous expelling from you rapidly, but you get those words out and they are heard. And the stag, or Neil, you are galloping off into the sunset in this very surreal situation. But before you even realize, these words have reached you and your decomposing body dissipates. And Ellen, whether you are happy or scared or what have you by this, I mean, you are a witch, so maybe you're okay with it, but this apparition has disappeared, and you drop from the horse, from the stag, not the horse, and you roll on the ground some way away from the chalk, or I mean, it was there, you think, but you don't see it anymore. But you do see the ruined church, and you see broken villagers. And yeah, give me a little epilogue. What does Ellen do after this turmoil dies down?
Gosh, this is a lot. I think seeing so much destruction, and especially seeing Sarah squashed dead, is going to hurt me even in my quite insane state. But I realize the things that Sue said about, being no longer held back. And, well, you sometimes need to pay the price for progress, and you need to let old things go. So surely this is what it is. And I shout out to the horrified villagers watching on. The old things have passed, and the dead things will rot, and we will rebuild, and we will keep growing.
Okay.
As I lift my stag's head with my one hand into the sky.
Okay. And that does happen. You stay, and you see to it that the church and their livelihoods are rebuilt. There was, of course, some damage that was caused. The church does take a long time to be restored to its former glory. But the ritual did not go entirely the way that Mrs. Sturdy wanted. The crops did not die, which is very much a good thing given how much they heavily rely on crops to survive. So essentially what happens, aside from the church being rebuilt, the parish council is disbanded. There are further Lammastide festivals that do take place each year, but they are on a much smaller scale. And the year of 1976 becomes taboo to mention. Newcomers are never invited into the village again, not only for the festival, but entirely. And the locals themselves, whilst, yes, the coven is reignited, there are still some cliques of the villagers that are more suspicious of each other, more insular. And by the time the coven is back and a few months have passed, just one day, without much explanation, Ellen, you are escorted out of the village and advised strongly to never return.
Well, it was nice while it lasted.
Yeah. Happy Lammastide, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that. I think we should go round each of you. Feel free to give a little word on how you felt about the scenario, if you enjoyed it, and a highlight, and also where we can find you. So let's start off with Alondra.
I have been Alondra, aka Lady Bedivere. This was a great scenario. I joked when I picked my character that I was like, oh no, this is just me in the 70s. Just a disappointment to her parents who became a librarian and writes secret books. And it was fun to get to put my real world, like, English and folklore education to use. To mixed success because I rolled like garbage for most of the game, but it was a very fun scenario, and I'm very curious to like look at it further and see like what kinds of stuff we missed and what the other routes would have been to resolve things successfully or otherwise. But yeah, if you want to see more of what I do, you can find me on Quests and Chaos. You can find me on Majestic Goose Network, and you can find me on all socials at Lady Bedivere.
And Yeti.
This was such a great scenario. I really enjoyed trying to puzzle out which faction each of the villagers belong to and who might be safe to talk to or not. And I will say that it was a great relief to realize that it really was only Mildred, because I don't think we could have stood a chance against more of them. And I very much apologize for, not getting my hand out of the way so that my blood couldn't have been spilled and so that Neil could have lived. And Sarah, oof. Well, in your honor, things were rebuilt, and it's well. I'm surely, I'm confident that the Folklore Society is proud of me, and they'll have they'll have Ellen back. I'm just just see you around on the Playhouse or elsewhere, I guess.
Fab.
I've been John Hedge. You can find me on the Miskatonic Playhouse. You're listening to my podcast right now, guys. It's okay. You should know who I. If you don't know who I am at this stage, what is going on? You know what? I really loved being able to sit here and be the foil. I often feel like I'm the one trying to solve the investigation and the mystery, and I got to dip my toes in, but mostly I just got to listen to three really, really good players doing their thing. And so it was lovely to hear you all play and join in and be a dumb, flirty bastard and just enjoy the whole thing. It was a very nice, relaxing experience for me. Thank you all so much for coming on and playing with me.
The thing about Neil. And I have been Jayson. I am on the Lightless Beacons with my co-manager Lydia, who's also part of the Playhouse a lot of the time, and a few other people. We are halfway through the Moonchild, which is an excellent, very dramatic modern scenario. So do give a listen if you can, or come onto the Discord. You can also find me on Blue Sky as well as Discord under Wreathed in Flame. And I also write and edit mainly Call of Cthulhu scenarios as well as other things as well.
Right. Thank you all very much for joining us here at the Miskatonic Playhouse. Please finish your cider on your way out.